Kirsten with ABC6 News on your side. We are driving around in Circleville. We are in some of the neighborhoods, just kind of getting a feel for what the road conditions are like. We are driving around in MobileTrak. We're coming up here on Linwood Avenue, again in Circleville. So to kind of just give you a quick overview of what we've been experiencing on the road so far, because we've been kind of driving around here for the last maybe hour or so. On 71 South, heading down this way, we saw a lot of wetness on the roads, not a lot of accumulation and precip, but we did see just a lot of slickness on the roads. That might become a problem, especially as the temperatures continue to fall throughout the evening. Then as we got onto 270 South, we are starting to kind of see that precip and accumulation on the rumble strips. Not quite to the level of what we're seeing on the roads right now, again here in Circleville and some of these neighborhoods. But again, you're starting to see it build up on the shoulders, on the off ramps, and again in those breakdown lanes for folks who are traveling on those highways. I'm going to switch the camera here for a second just so you guys can see the front here. There we go. Just so you can kind of see what it's like hitting our windshield wipers right now. It's not too heavy at the moment. We have seen some bigger snowflakes as we've been driving down south here, but again right now it's just some light flurries. But you can see the roads here. You can tell they've been pre-treated. You can tell though we are still seeing some of that accumulation on especially more of your neighborhood streets. So again, just something to be mindful of as we get into the overnight, and especially if you are heading out to early church service tomorrow morning, or maybe some of your Sunday errands. Just give yourself a little bit of time, a little bit of grace there. All right, just to kind of continue the map down south that we've been traveling today. 23 South, again, we're kind of seeing more of that accumulation on the shoulders and the breakdown lanes. The good news, we have not seen any kinds of snow drifts, but again, you can tell that the accumulation is starting to come down, especially when we look at our parking lots, when we look at the sidewalks, gas stations. We've driven past a couple of grocery stores and fast food places. Definitely those parking lots are getting covered in the snow here. So again, just something to be a little mindful of if you are, maybe making some last minute trips out the door here tonight. Let's see what else. We are seeing some areas, like I said, that are a little bit more slushy than others. Again, most of these roads that we've been traveling have been pre-treated very well. So good on some of our local crews and of course ODOT for making sure that everyone is out here when they are hitting the roads. But I just want to kind of go through some quick safety things as we approach downtown here. Definitely as you are, again, heading out the door, we are seeing some cars that have some of the snow on top of the hood of the car as well as the front of their dashboard. It's very important to make sure that to keep these roads as safe as we can, that we clear off our cars before we head out the door. Again, make sure just to give them a quick brush down. Make sure you have your scraper handy if you need it. Again, you're going to want to have all of that stuff ready to go so that you can continue to drive throughout the evening and overnight hours. And again, when you get up early tomorrow morning, again, for church or some of your errands that you may need to run, just so, again, we can keep these roads as clear as possible for folks so we don't have any issues. I also want to warn you, especially as we have some of this slushiness on the road, and as the temperatures fall, we are going to want to give our friends on the road, especially our folks who are driving larger vehicles, commercial cars, give them a little bit of extra room. Give your friend in front of you a little bit of extra space. Pack your patience when you're driving. Give yourself a bit of extra room, like I said, while you are hitting these roads. Again, especially as we, dip into these colder temperatures and some of this stuff might freeze. Again, you can kind of get a sense for what we're kind of seeing here. We are starting to see some of that precip build up on the roads, but like I said, they are pretty well treated here. As we go into kind of the more neighborhood areas, that's where we've kind of started to see the plows haven't kind of made their way through yet. They are heading that way, so don't fret. And speaking of those plows and giving your friends extra space, those plows need the extra room. Please, please, please give it to our friends who are, again, trying to make sure that everyone is safe. I am going to head over to our comments. I know we have seen a lot of pictures from you guys kind of showing what you guys are seeing, and so I'm going to quickly take a look at those. And if you have any questions for me, please hit them in the comments right now. It is good to see all of our friends here on YouTube. Again, just kind of, like I said, we're driving through Circleville. We're taking you through some of the neighborhoods and just kind of showing you all what we are seeing right now. But yeah, I'm going to quickly jump on here and see if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, frustrations. And if you guys are experiencing any of this snow right now, you can always head over to our Facebook to drop in the comments what you guys are seeing. We also will accept pictures and videos of what you guys are seeing on Chime In. That is on our free ABC6 News app. You can always go through and send your photos and videos there. I am seeing some comments that there are some good restaurants that Zach and I might have to check out later as we are driving here. Thank you to one commenter. I appreciate y'all doing this. It really helps to see familiar areas so people know how bad it is or isn't around them, and then hopefully they'll decide to stay home. Yeah, I would definitely say if you don't have to be on the roads this evening, definitely make it a plan. Maybe, have a cozy night in, whether that's a good book or maybe a Christmas movie or a holiday movie, whatever is your cup of tea. Definitely would recommend that. But if, again, you have to be on these roads, we're just kind of giving you the updates of what you can expect as you're driving through. And again, as we get into these little neighborhood areas, you can start to see some of the more precipitation build up. And again, we see the snow on tops of these cars that, if you are going to head out for these folks here, please brush them off before you head on the road so that you can get them as clean as possible. But again, we will be in MobileTrak all throughout the evening here tonight to just kind of keep you up to date on what we are seeing on the ground right now. So we are about to turn onto East Main Street here and flip the camera so you guys can see, again, what's kind of hitting our windshield wipers right now. I see one commenter is giving some movie recommendations for folks who, again, if you don't have to go outside and drive in this, please, again, make a plan. I think one of our meteorologists, Sarah Converse, said it is a 1 to 2 book evening for her. So, again, whatever floats your boat. Again, if it's a book, a good movie, maybe some board games with family or friends, I would definitely recommend all of that here. Again, as we were driving through some of these areas here, you can start to see the parking lots for a lot of these small business owners, and again, some of our, gas stations, grocery stores, churches and stuff. We're starting to see all of that kind of build up. We're also obviously seeing it on, folks' driveways and things. So we have seen a couple of brave souls come out here and start the shoveling for them and their neighbors for the sidewalks and their driveways and things. Hello to our friends who are up north and stuff too. I see we have a commenter on here who is watching us from Newark. Hi to you guys. Like I said, we are going to be driving around central Ohio throughout the evening. We're starting going south first, so we are right now in Circleville. We're going to head down to Chillicothe and then start making our way to the eastern part of our viewing area, so kind of the Lancaster, Newark areas. So again, if you guys have pictures and videos of what you guys are seeing, please, please, please feel free to share them with us. We would love to kind of see what you guys are experiencing, and maybe we can, change our route accordingly and head over towards you guys there. But again, these are just kind of the roads that we are seeing right now in the area. I wonder how bad 23 north-south is coming out of Circleville. I will say, heading down here, we, again, did not have too many issues here. We've been pretty fortunate to see some good roads here. We are, again, starting to see that accumulation on the shoulders and those breakdown lanes and things like that I've talked about. But otherwise, the roads have been pre-treated. And again, the plows we have seen them kind of go through as well. But again, as you are making your way through these areas, just be sure to give your friends some little bit of extra space. Pack your patience. Don't rush to get to where you need to be. Slow and steady in this case wins the race. So again, just to keep all of you, your family, and other people safe, it is better to just drive around the safe side. Again, we kind of now are starting to see some of the stuff hit our windshield a little bit heavier. Circleville, Chillicothe, these areas, as meteorologist Jennifer Herbert's probably been telling you guys, are some of the areas that we are starting to see some more of the snow and slush than other areas. Let's see what other questions our friends have here on the chat. It is very picturesque, I will say, to see all of the holiday decorations with the snow, especially as we're coming up the week before Christmas and things. It is very nice to see some of these areas, it's pretty. But again, the roads are what we're kind of trying to focus on here. But I just want to make that known here too. I have seen some very lovely Christmas and holiday decorations driving through these towns. You guys have gone all out, Central Ohio, so this has been very fun to see. Can you please? Again, we're just reading some more of your comments here. Again, as far as some more safety tips for how to drive in these conditions, I cannot stress enough to just give your friends some little bit of extra room and space, especially our bigger vehicles. And we're coming up here to a railroad crossing, and again, as you approach these areas, proceed with caution. Again, give your friends in front of you just a little bit of extra space as we go through these areas. Again, make sure that you have your windshield wipers going, maybe your defrosters, and again, just drive with caution and some low speeds in these areas, especially when we are on these roads that have a little bit more accumulation on the ground here. Again, as we start to see kind of some of these areas pick up more of that slushy kind of half dry, half wet snow, especially as we get into the overnight hours and as the temperature continues to drop, when these areas might freeze a little bit. It is very important to give, the truck or car in front of you a little bit of extra space there. And again, to make sure that we keep these roads as clear as we can, be sure to clear off your car before you head out on the road here. Again, I'm just continuing to take a quick scroll through some of the comments here. If you have any questions, or again, if you have anywhere that you suggest that we head out, we are certainly happy to make our way towards you guys. You start to see here, look, we have a plow actually right now coming down this road, just trying to make sure that it is clear. Hi, friends. And again, give those folks a lot of extra room too, because they have obviously they're trying to do their part and make sure that everyone here is nice and safe, so that we all can, get to where we need to go as best we can. friends. I hope we are all doing well. We are on 104 South. We are entering Ross County just right now. So again, just wanted to give you kind of some more context as we, continue driving south here towards Chillicothe, because I did see some comments that were like, "You're not going on 23 anymore. What's going on?" So yeah, we're on 104. As you guys can tell, the roads here, we're starting to see again more of the accumulation on the roads here, but again, not a lot of cars and things. We're in an area that, as this, visibility gets worse, throughout the evening and things, these are the kind of roads that you're going to want to be extra careful on, especially again as we start to see some of this accumulation build up on the road. I'm going to switch over to our top camera, which is on the roof of our car, and I'm going to kind of give you maybe a slight 360 of kind of what we're seeing, just so you can get an idea here of what's on the road. So again, we're starting to see some of that build up, particularly on the rumble strips and the sides of the roads. And again, where we're starting to see it's a little less traveled, we are having some more issues here. But if we pivot over a little bit, again, you can kind of maybe see a little bit more of what I'm talking about here. We are coming up here on a snowplow. Everybody wave to our crews who are out here working and making sure that, again, that these roads are getting a lot clearer. And again, these crews have been out all afternoon since the snow has started to come down. So if you see our friends, just make sure that we slow down, give them some extra space, because they are out here helping us out and making sure that we all can drive safely on these roads. But you can see, like, the plow makes such a difference on this road. So again, it's very important that we give them enough space and room to, do their job effectively here. But again, we are heading south towards Chillicothe. If you have any questions, please jump into the chat. I am happy to answer them. I see one comment from Crystal. She says, "Be careful out there." Yes, thank you so much. We are doing our best to be careful out here. Lucky for me, I have a very skilled driver. His name is Zach. He's my photographer. He has driven around plenty of snow, so very thankful to have him in the driver's seat over here, making sure that we are all taken care of. But again, you can kind of see that it's not just me and it's not just him that has to drive safely. It is everybody on these roads. And again, we can kind of see what a difference the plow is making on these roadways as they go through. And that plow is heading up north towards Circleville. Again, we are heading south towards Chillicothe here. It is very cold. I haven't had a chance to check our WSYX weather app to see about the temperature off the top of my head. We have coats, we have gloves, I have my ear warmer here, I got some extra stuff in the back if needed. We do know that there is a couple of counties who are in some snow emergency levels, and those have been updated within the last 10 minutes, so I might just read those to you all now. We have the following counties in a level 1 snow emergency. We have Franklin County, Licking County, Marion County, Union, Knox, Delaware, Morgan, Fairfield, Madison, Athens, Crawford, Coshocton, Champaign, and Morrow are all in a level 1 emergency. But again, we are starting to see some of the roadways, again, really pick up some accumulation. And again, you can see there aren't any street lights on this road, and we are coming up on a curve here and a little bend. So especially when we are, driving and we are making these kinds of turns, it's very important to drive slowly and very carefully so that, we stay away from the guardrails as much as possible. We're coming up here over Deer Creek, and again, we're starting to see some of this roadways build up. Also important that when we cross over any bridges, like that little one that we did just for that creek, again, to just drive with some caution, because those bridges freeze a lot faster than some of the roadways like here on 104. So I'm going to continue to jump back and see the comments here. I'm just checking my phone to read your comments. Zach got a shout out. Yay! Zach got a nice W, a nice win. So yes, shout out to Zach. He is doing the Lord's work driving in this car, because if I did not have to be behind the wheel, I would not be in a car right now. And I think that's my best piece of advice as we, continue to drive around here in MobileTrak. That is, if you don't have to be out on the roads, please stay inside. Again, whether that's enjoying a nice book or a board game or a movie, TV show, whatever your favorite cozy night-in activity may be, definitely would recommend not being out on the roads if you don't have to. And again, if you are going to be traveling tonight and into tomorrow morning, please just do so with, the abundance of caution. Again, especially as we start to see kind of this snow build up throughout the night. And again, as the temperature continues to drop and we see some of these more wet areas freeze. Richland County. I am not sure off the top of my head. Right now our plan is to head down south here towards Chillicothe and then make our way east towards Lancaster and then Newark. That is our current route for the time being, but that is obviously subject to change based primarily on what you guys are seeing. We are encouraging you all to send your pictures, your videos, whether that is to our ABC6 Facebook page or whether that is our ABC6 news app via Chime In. We would love to see, again, what you guys are experiencing. I know when I went on Facebook last time, I saw, some folks in Grove City were seeing the plows come through their neighborhoods and stuff. Some other folks in the short north kind of areas were seeing some of those wet roads, a little bit more sloppy slush on their roadways and stuff. So again, share your photos and videos with us. We would love to see them, especially if you have dogs. I want to see your dogs in the snow. Please send us your photos of the dogs in the snow. But again, our route right now is heading towards Chillicothe, and then we're going to make our way east. But again, we are on 104 South. Happy to answer any other questions that folks may have here. I do see some comments about our meteorologists, and I will just quickly shout out the ABC6 weather app as well here, especially as we kind of see some of these more emergencies alerts go out, and we are in a weather alert day, as you guys all know. Definitely head over to our ABC6 news app as well as our free ABC6 weather app to get the latest updates. Again, not just on your roadways, but just, whether you're getting ready for church service or other errands, in the morning or as we go through the overnight hours, definitely head over to those apps to get the latest information, especially as we head, and continue throughout this alert day this evening. And again, I'm going to just switch over to our top camera here for a second just to kind of show you guys a little bit more of what we're seeing here on the roadways. I'm going to flip you a little bit to kind of just see the route behind us for just a brief moment. Whee! Returning the camera. There we go. So you can see definitely the lines where, the tires are going through. But again, what you're not seeing is those snow drifts right now. But again, we are just starting to see some more of that slush build up on our roadways here as we continue south here towards Chillicothe. And again, you can start to see like some of that stuff, slush, build up on the roadways here as well. Yeah, if you guys are making, snow people, send us your pictures of your snowmen and stuff as well. Those would be very fun. Crystal commented, I hope it doesn't get real bad. I hope it doesn't ice up real bad. It makes it so much worse. Yes, it certainly does. Especially, as we go over these bendy kind of roads, in areas where we have to kind of make more turns with our steering wheel. It is very important, again, as, the temperature continues to fall. We may start to see some of these roads get a little icy, especially where we've seen kind of the more wet snow and the slicker areas. And again, as we drive through these roads that don't have a bunch of street lights and things where you won't be able to see as, the sun goes down, what that roadway may exactly look like, 10, 15, 20 feet in front of you. Again, it's just very important that we drive, very cautiously, at a lower speed than you would, say in normal peak conditions, sunshine, clear roadways, things of that nature. We actually are getting a tip from, I believe it is Justin in the comments. Don't go down Morse Road. It is an accident trap. Well, that is a good note for our friends who are that way. Again, we are on 104 heading south towards Chillicothe here. Coming up here on the Forest E. Everhart Memorial Golf Course. I don't know how much golf you're going to be doing with all the snow. It's a different kind of hazard, I guess. Whatever floats your boat. But again, we are starting to see some of that snow pile up here as we continue south. But if we have any other questions about the roadways as we head towards Chillicothe, please let us know in the comments. And again, share your photos and videos with us of what you guys are seeing, whether that's on Facebook or our ABC6 News app via Chime In. We would definitely like to see, again, what you guys are all experiencing in your neighborhood. But for now, I'm going to just let you guys get a view of just the roadways here. It looks like our top camera is a little covered in snow here for a second, so I might switch back here to our dash. There's our dash once again. guys, we are in Chillicothe. We are going to make a quick pit stop here to just talk to some folks who are experiencing the snow here in Chillicothe. Again, we are starting to see sun go down, the precip pick up, and the windshield get a little bit dirtier here and just wet, I guess is the better word for it. Maybe not dirty, but just definitely wetter. So we are going to make a quick pit stop here to, again, just talk to some folks while we are here in Chillicothe. We will be right back, and then we will be heading towards Lancaster. So for now, I will see you guys in a little bit. For now, goodbye. Take care. everybody. Hope you all are staying nice and warm. We were able to talk to some folks at some of the gas stations and some folks who were, out there shoveling their driveways and things here in Chillicothe. We are now heading to Lancaster. So we are heading east that way right now. I think you've been hearing the windshield wipers going pretty much, I think the entire time we've been in the car. Zach just did a sigh. I'll see if I can switch the camera here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And you can tell, once again, that we are seeing some of the ice and things build up on his wipers here. So I guess that's something, again, for you all at home to just be a little mindful of if you are also out on the roads, because it can make, already tough visibility even tougher here. But yeah, we are heading to Lancaster, like I said. We are happy to answer any questions that you guys have in the chat. I've been able to quickly get on Facebook and see some folks sharing some pictures and some little notes from around Columbus and other parts of central Ohio. We have heard reports of East Columbus being a little bit slick out there, so we might be heading that way once we are done headed to Lancaster here. But I'm going to just quickly go through the chat here to answer some questions that I am seeing. Any levels issued, or are roads okay? Again, the roads are pretty good for the most part. We've seen kind of, again, as the snow continues to come down, some more accumulation and things. We've seen plenty of plows, though, trying to quickly make sure that, it's as clear as it can be. But again, the snow just is continuing to come down in these areas. I think down here in Chillicothe, we've already got about an inch, maybe 2 inches in some spots. And again, now we are making our way east towards Lancaster. Again, just seeing a lot of precip on the roads is the biggest thing. And it appears that some areas, are better than others. I think the biggest thing I'm trying to just stress to people right now is, when you have the poor visibility, especially now, you can see we've obviously gotten a bit darker here at 5:55. It makes it a bit tougher to kind of see in front of you. So we want to just make sure that we are, giving our friends plenty of space while we're driving, and make sure that we are, driving with, an abundance of caution in these areas, especially the temperature continues to drop here in central Ohio, and so there are going to be pockets of this that are definitely going to be slicker than others, we'll say. So again, just be very careful when you're out on the roadways. I'm going to quickly see if there are any other questions here that I am seeing. The levels. Let me quickly jump onto our free WSYX News app. That is where we've been kind of progressively, as the day's gone on, sharing updates with you all, as well as our social media pages, regarding those emergency levels for Central Ohio. I'll read you guys the latest updated one, which was updated just 2 minutes ago. So, okay, here we go. We have, for the most part, a lot of level 1 snow emergencies. So we have them in Franklin, Licking, Marion, Union, Knox, Delaware, Morgan, Madison, Athens, Crawford, Coshocton, Champaign, and Morrow are all in a level 1. And then Fairfield County is in a level 2 snow emergency. I do know, like I said, we've been driving through Chillicothe and talking to people, and now we're heading our way east towards Lancaster. We do know that there are some folks who are going to be putting on a Christmas Carol at the Majestic Theater, and they actually had to cancel their production tonight because of the snow that we are seeing right now, just out of an abundance of caution for their performers and obviously, those who are coming to attend. I think I saw on Facebook they are honoring those tickets for Sunday's matinee show for folks who are in that area. But again, we're starting to, see, the visibility here on the roads get a little bit worse. So again, we just want to make sure that we are driving very carefully as we continue through the evening. As we've been talking to people, we've obviously started to see the accumulation on some of those spots that aren't as heavily traveled. You can kind of see there's a bunch of tire marks on the roadway in front of us right now. But when you're going through those parking lots, if you are grabbing a late night bite through a drive-through or heading to the grocery store to get some last minute groceries and things, you're going to start to see those that accumulation kind of pile up in those parking lots and things. So again, we just want to make sure that we are very, very careful. So we're coming up to like a little roundabout here, and you can see some of the roadway is a bit slick here in this area that we are driving in. And again, you can hear Zach's windshield wipers. Very hard at work here in MobileTrak. Trying to see what other questions, comments, concerns, frustrations we have in the chat here now that we've been driving around. Yeah. Not seeing too much in the chat, but please feel free if you have any questions or concerns about what we're seeing right now. We're happy to give any updates. Right now we are on 159 North, again heading towards Lancaster. Trying to think of anything new that has happened in the last maybe 20 minutes since you guys last heard from me on stream. Again, we're just really starting to see the snow pile up in some certain areas, and then as we are in these little roundabout kind of spaces, it is just important that we drive very, very carefully here on the roads. We have bends, we have a lot of bridges in these different areas, especially when we're driving over creeks like we are right now. These little roadway areas are going to be more prone to freezing than others. So just, again, be very cautious when you're out on the road this evening. Let's see if we have any other friends on other social media pages who are sharing their pictures and videos of what they're seeing. We are definitely looking to see what you guys are experiencing, and we can kind of plan our route here more accordingly. I know I've seen a lot of different pictures tonight of some things that folks are seeing. So let me quickly just see. Lincoln Village area ground is covered with that fluffy white stuff. On Facebook, a woman named Nicole said, "My husband's truck has abs." She's in an apartment off of Morse. And it has a picture of her husband's truck, and it has a nice little indentation in the shape of an abdomen on her hood. So that's pretty funny there. Thank you for sharing those photos with us. I see a comment on Facebook. Hey Kirsten, do you expect the weather to get worse? Aaron, I am hoping it does not, but I do know we are expected to kind of get some more chilly temperatures as we progress throughout this evening. We're definitely going to see, like I said, more of this precip continue to fall. And it's very important then that you get the free first warning weather app so that you are up to date on the latest conditions. Right now it is 24 degrees, feels like 15, and again you have the very snowy roadways that we're on right now, and some pretty chilling winds too. Right now it says in the direction we have some northwest 10-mile-an-hour winds. So we are, definitely when I was outside trying to talk to folks, if you are going to be out, pumping gas, or if you're trying to get a head start on that shoveling, you're definitely going to feel some of that hit your face as you go throughout the evening here today. Or again, if you're, coming out of the grocery store or doing any last-minute shopping, you are definitely going to feel some of that wind and things. But again, the temperature is going to continue to fall, and we're going to continue to see some of those very chilly temperatures as we brave this wintry weather here So we have a winter storm warning until 7 a.m. and then a cold weather advisory that is from today at 7 o'clock p.m. through Monday at 11 a.m. So it's going to be chilly, chilly, chilly. So bundle up. You can see, or actually I don't know if you can see all that well. I have my ear warmer. I have my parka. I don't know how many layers on I have right now, but I have some gloves on the dashboard at the time, or that I will definitely put on as we go back outside once we get to Lancaster. Let's see what other comments I'm seeing. I'm jumping between Facebook and YouTube, so if I miss you guys on one or the other, just give me a second. I will get to you all. South of Growth City, snow! Thank you, Claire, for sharing that. I also I'm seeing a lot of comments that are saying stay warm and stay safe, which I do very much appreciate. So does Zach, who is my driver / photographer in all of this. He's the one who is braving the elements here for us all, so that we can show you guys what to expect on the roadways. Let's see if we have any other comments here that I can try and address. I'm seeing in East Columbus, Eunice shared a photo about 30 minutes ago. Her driveway is covered with snow and her car is covered. And I will say, one thing I want to make a note of is we want to keep these roadways nice and clear before you head out on the road. Get your scraper out, brush off your car, brush off the top, the windshield, make sure that everything is nice and clean so that you are not bringing some of that snow onto the road and causing any problems that way. Just a quick note there. Barbara Ann says, be careful out there. Ugh, white death, too many crazy drivers, no indication of salt on the east side. Well, thank you, Barbara, for letting us know. Like I said, we are just heading to Lancaster right now from the Chillicothe area, so we are not in Columbus, but definitely important to note for our friends who are that way. Let's see what other comments. East side is a skating rink. There are no signs that the salt trucks have been out 70 east to Hamilton Whitehall. It's crazy. We are safely home now. That is great news, Kim. I am, hoping that everyone here, including us, makes it to where we need to go as safely as we all can. Again, especially as things get darker and the visibility in these areas gets worse. That's why you can see Zach here is driving a little bit slower and making sure that this car in front of him has enough room here, especially because we have a friend who is outside getting their mail, last minute holiday packages and things as well. Let's see if we have any other comments. Michael West, about an hour ago, Chillicothe past Ross County Fairgrounds, maybe an inch or two or so. Yuck. Yeah, we just left kind of that area. We did see some snow, and again, kind of that wind blowing in their faces and things. Definitely felt, for sure, friends. Jumping over to the YouTube comments right now. Just came back. Are you guys still in Circleville or another area? We are heading north towards Lancaster. So again, we are just kind of heading that way now and trying to make it through these bendier roads as safely as we can here this evening. So, yeah. I hope everyone is having a fabulous Saturday. Otherwise, again, we are having a great time in MobileTrak. And if you see us driving through your neighborhood, feel free to wave. Feel free to stop and, give a quick hello. Always happy to see our viewers out and about, even when it is very chilly out. Oh, here's a plow. Making sure that everybody's okay. And on the back of his truck, it says a warning, stay back 200 feet. So, again, we want to make sure that, as you're trying to, of course, get to where you need to be, I'm sure a lot of folks want to, if they are driving this evening, they want to get off the roads as, in theory, quickly as possible. But at the same time, we need to be very, very safe and especially when we have, those plows and large commercial trucks and things like that, even our tow trucks. So we want to make sure that we're giving them enough space to get to where they need to go here. Yeah. Again, once we get through this little stretch of the road here, I'm going to move actually so this camera right now that you guys are seeing is on top, it's on the hood of the roof of our car, not the hood. And again, you're starting to see kind of those roads pick up that precip and just get a little bit harder to drive on as we make our way north here. Thankfully, we have seen a lot of folks, again, practicing what I've been preaching since we've been out here in MobileTrak, which is to just drive very cautiously and safely. Please encourage your friends to do the same as we continue throughout the evening here. Again, as you can see, the roads are kind of getting a little more wet there. You can see, you can tell on the dash too. So is our windshield. Our windshield is getting a little more wet there as well. So again, when we have the darkness, we have black street lights, and we have the wetness on the windshield, we're just going to want to make sure that we are driving very carefully and very safely. So, again, I'm happy to answer any other questions that folks may have in the comments as we continue our way towards Lancaster. Jump back into our YouTube chat and see what's in there. Elizabeth said the roads look a mess in Carroll. Well, that is good to know for folks who are in that direction as well. Thank you for sharing. I'm seeing a comment about just the amount of snow that we're seeing. And again, it may not seem like a lot, but it is, enough that we definitely need to make sure that we are, aware of our surroundings and operating with, the most caution that we can here as we continue throughout the evening here. I'm going to jump over to Facebook once again and just see if there are any other comments, because I know meteorologist Jennifer Herbert is in our studio right now. She's been giving you guys some updates there as well on, kind of accumulation and stuff we're seeing. We are just now crossing into Pickaway County, so I'm going to read some of the snowfall reports that she has shared with us. Grove City, they've already gotten 2.5 inches. Worthington has 2 1/3 inch. West Jefferson, 2 inches. Hilliard, 1.7 inches. Upper Arlington, 1.5. So again, we are still, it doesn't seem like a lot of snow right now, but again, we are starting to see it kind of pick up as we go throughout the evening here. Let me just see if we have any other questions, comments, concerns, frustrations on there. Otherwise, I might let you guys just kind of watch us drive along here. I know Jennifer is also giving updates. She is going live on our Facebook page as well. So she is keeping y'all up to date there too. Let's see if we have any other comments here. Lisa from Zanesville shared her picture of the snow on Facebook. A neighbor must have been very nice, or maybe she or another family member or friend shoveled her sidewalk, because that sidewalk is very nice and clean. Definitely, I'm sure her friends appreciate that, but you can definitely see in the picture that she shared again on our Facebook page comments that those cars have a little bit of snow on them right now. Yeah, we are just continuing to make our way towards Lancaster. I'm going to let you guys just watch us drive, and if there are any other updates, I will be happy to share them. Thank you. jumping back on here just for a quick moment as we enter into Fairfield County. This is one of our areas that is in a level 2 snow emergency here at 6:30 p.m. We are still making our way slowly but surely, carefully to Lancaster. It says at least on our GPS here, that it's going to take another 25-ish minutes to make it out that way. But I also just want to jump on here to see, just again, some comments that I'm looking at in the chat here. Especially when I saw a comment in here about who's ready for spring. Yeah, I think we all are, especially folks who are driving this evening. But I saw another comment about the kind of more rural roads, like the one we are on right now, where, there's some folks who are like, well, why aren't you driving, in, Columbus or in the city where there's a lot of traffic right now? And one, we are going to make our way back towards Columbus once we go through Lancaster, but just because, these are roads that aren't, very heavily traveled, does not mean that there are not neighborhoods and folks here, with their lovely holiday decorations up, who aren't going to need these roads to go to the grocery store, go, see family and friends and churches. So it's kind of, we're trying to give you a good mix of what everybody is seeing in central Ohio. So yes, we will be making our way back onto the highways and freeways here shortly. But just wanted to make a note of that real quick as we, again, continue towards Lancaster. Just wanting to see some other comments here, just about, the snow, and again, what we're kind of seeing right now. We have actually started to kind of see some of those snow drifts in some of these rural pockets. So again, we're just trying to make our way very carefully through the snow here. But that's kind of the first little bit of snow drifts that we have seen so far this evening. For the most part, we've just kind of seen the roads as you see them right here, where there is some precip and then like some markings where the tires are, as the plows eventually will make their way down these roads here throughout the area. But yeah, just wanted to make a quick little note that we're trying to give our friends here in Central Ohio, we're trying to be on your side and show you, what everybody is experiencing, not just the folks who are, on our big highways and freeways. But we will be making our way. I've seen a lot of comments about the east side of Columbus and things. So once we go to Lancaster, we will be heading our way to the east side to kind of just talk more about what is being seen there. But yeah, just wanted to make a quick little mention of that real quick. Otherwise, I'll jump onto Facebook here once again, and we'll see if there's any other comments and concerns that folks have about the roadways at this hour. Again, as we continue through Fairfield County right now. Let's see. Because I know Jennifer was live on Facebook not too long ago. So I'll see if there are any comments there. Around 4 inches in southern Perry County. We are level 2. Please be careful. Thank you, Chris, for sharing. In that same thread, there is a picture from Chelsea showing a lot of snow and a little bit of footprints from St. Paris. We actually just drove through a spot not too long ago. We actually saw like 2 or 3 people having a snowball fight outside. So some folks are making the best of the snowy conditions right now. And of course, if you want to share any of your photos and videos with us, we are happy to take them, whether it's in our Facebook comments or on our WSYX news app via Chime In. We are always happy to see you guys having fun in the snow, whether it's your kiddos or your dogs. Happy to see any of those things again as we continue through this wintry evening. Christy says 2 inches in Hocking. So yeah, we are starting to see it pick up in certain areas. I believe Grove City, and maybe this was about 45 minutes ago now, Grove City I think had 2.5 inches. So thank you, Christy, for sharing. see if I can find some other comments real fast. I know some folks are also trying to watch some of the football games that we have on today. So, definitely, again, if you don't have to be on the roads, maybe you can tune in to, Army, Navy, or Montana State game, or some of the other college football games that they have going on this evening. So those games should be a lot of fun for folks to tune into. I'm just trying to quickly scroll here. Ooh! We're starting to see some more folks on this road here now. And again, just be a little careful here as we go throughout the evening through Fairfield County right now. So again, while this may not be a city street or a highway, freeway, it is still a road here that, a lot of folks are traveling to and from this evening to get to where they need to go. There are a lot of houses on and off this roadway right now. We are heading, it looks like, north towards Amanda, and then again we'll be heading towards Lancaster to just kind of give you an idea of this route here that we are taking. So we should be getting onto 55 here shortly. Again, we're just starting to really see the snow kind of pile up. You can kind of see on the shoulder and on this ledge here, we're starting to see more of the snow really kind of pile up. So again, if you are traveling this evening, just be cautious as we continue on this roadway. Trying to see if there are any other questions or concerns or any other information I can relay to you all as we continue our drive towards Lancaster. I'm going to jump back on to the YouTube comments here and see what is on there. Scrolling back up to see if there was anything I missed from earlier. Again, I know some folks have expressed some concern about the east side of Columbus and Morse Road. So again, just trying to make sure that we hit all of those points. Someone commented, "It's cold up here." Yeah, it is very cold, and it is going to continue to drop here in central Ohio. Right now it is 22 degrees. Feels like 15, and is going to continue to dip. Again, we also kind of have the wind that's not exactly in our favor, so if you're out pumping gas or maybe doing some late night shoveling and things, you're going to feel some wind blow through you and blow maybe some snow in your face as you do those things. So again, just be a little careful. We also have some more updated snow emergency levels for central Ohio. I'm going to quickly go through those. Some places have bumped up to a level 2. So Fairfield, Fayette, Hocking, Knox, Madison, Perry, Pickaway, and Ross counties are all now in a level 2 snow emergency. And then we, of course, have some level 1s, such as Athens, Champaign, Coshocton, Crawford, Delaware, Franklin, Licking, Logan, Marion, Morgan, Morrow, and Union counties. They're all in a level 1 snow emergency here this evening. Again, we are continuing to provide you those updates on our free ABC6 News app as we continue to drive around here in MobileTrak on our way to Lancaster. We are approaching Amanda here shortly, and then we will continue to Lancaster, which GPS is saying we will be there in about 15 minutes. So, again, if you see the MobileTrak driving through, drive down your street, you pass us, give us a quick little wave. We are always happy to see our viewers, even on the chilliest of days. So, yeah. Just trying to see if we have any other things on our socials that I can pass along here. I'm going to jump on my own Facebook here. Gave you guys an update from one of the downtown neighborhood roads in Chillicothe about an hour ago now. And again, now we're heading towards Lancaster. So, yeah. So far, so good though. As we, continue driving here, we're about 8 miles away from Lancaster right now, and about an hour outside, or excuse me, a mile outside of Amanda. Right now. Meteorologist Sarah Converse just shared a post on Facebook that says the snow is not over yet. The roads will still be an issue tonight, especially as the temperatures fall into the single digits. Yes, that is going to be a huge cause for concern, especially on our roadways that we've seen that have been a bit more wet than others. I know personally for me, I live in the downtown kind of Columbus area, around Victorian Italian Village, in the short north kind of areas. When I was driving to work here this afternoon, when we started getting the early part of the snow, I started seeing kind of more that wet, not slush, but just wetness on the road. And again, as we continue to drop into these lower temperatures, those things are more than likely going to freeze and cause a lot of issues. So again, we just want to drive with an abundance of caution. For folks who have four-wheel drive, definitely use it. Drop your car into a lower gear if you can. I know in my personal car there's a setting that I have that is called slippery mode, which is gives me a little bit of extra security when I'm going to brake and things like that, that I can use, whether it's snowy, icy, or even when we have our heavier rain. So again, I just want to continue to stress the importance of safety. We all have to kind of do our part to make sure that we limit as many accidents on these roadways as we navigate this wintry mix right now, this wintry weather. See if we have any other posts here real quick. Maybe I'll jump onto Instagram and things to see if there are any comments there, because I know some of our materials get cross-posted onto those platforms as well. So I want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone who may have questions as they watch us drive here this evening. I don't want to make sure I'm leaving any of them out. So I'm going to jump onto Instagram right here. One user says, snowing in Plain City. Another person, Maddie, says, this is good. Winter, check. Ohio, check. Therefore, LOL, parentheses, lots of layers. And then she sent like a little salute kind of emoji. Yep. Yes, lots of layers if you are going to be outside. I'm trying to think of how many layers between Zach and I, we have on right now, as we've been, you know, in and out of the weather here this evening. I know for me, I have a nice pair of solid winter boots on, some socks, fleece-lined pants. I have a thick turtleneck sweater with a thin, like, ski thermal on underneath, and then my parka and things. So if you are going to be outside, not only are we going to want to drive cautiously, of course, but, like, pack extra, you know, clothing and stuff. You know, I think it's always important to have, like, a nice set of emergency stuff in your car as well, just in case for whatever reason you may need to make an emergency stop. So, you know, water, flashlights, extra clothes, blankets, things of that nature. And a cloud just came on by here on this roadway that we are on. And again, you can start to see the difference that the plow is making on the road. Every little bit helps. And then another comment on our Instagram page from Nicole, our boss. She says, "Be safe, y'all." We are. I just want to give her a little peace of mind there, because I know she's probably watching. Yes, Nicole, we are being very, very safe. I'm in good hands in MobileTrak this evening, again, as we make our way around Central Ohio. So, yeah. So as we approach Lancaster here, we are just going to Hi friends, we are back. I hope you have been enjoying the live stream as we have driven through Lancaster, and now we are on 33 heading towards Columbus. We have heard you guys in the comments that the east side is very slick. We have been trying to be actively letting you guys know what we're seeing on the roadways. As you can see, there are more traffic as we kind of get on these roads, but you know, you see the car in front of us has their hazards on and they're going, and then there are some other folks who are in the other lane who are trying to go around this person. Again, you're also starting to see more of this accumulation of the snow on the roadways and stuff. As we've been traveling on 33, you may have seen, we've actually seen a couple of folks who are running into some issues as they are, heading into the Columbus area. We actually saw a car that had spun out not too long ago and was facing the wrong way on 33, so hopefully they can, get themselves on the right track to heading back to the direction they need to be going here shortly. We did see some cars, look like they were on their way to go help that individual, but that isn't, that's something that has changed within the last time that we have all spoke, or I spoke to you all, is just the roads are getting slicker. As, the temperature continues to drop, we are starting to see these roadways get a little more hazardous, and especially now that we are on one of our bigger highways and freeways here. So we can see there's, a bit more traffic on this road. We've been driving on some more rural roads. I know earlier, around 6 o'clock-ish, and now that we are on 33, heading back towards Columbus, we're starting to see more people on these roadways. And again, you can kind of see the accumulation that is building up on the road there. Again, it's just a lot of accumulation also in these breakdown lanes over to our right. You're starting to see that kind of all pile up. That's a combination of, again, just the snow coming down, and then obviously the plows as they're trying to clear the main road. It's pushing it out to these breakdown lanes and the shoulders. So just be mindful of that as you are heading out on the roadway this evening. But we are still in Fairfield County, like I said, heading back towards Columbus. And again, we are on a road that has a bit more heavier traffic and things. So I am going to jump over to our comments here once again to just see if there are any questions here. Someone, Doomslayer Dave on YouTube said Blue Jackets at home tonight too. It's going to be rough getting home for a lot of fans. Yeah, I think for a lot of folks who are, out and about this evening, whether that's, folks who are going to the Blue Jackets game or just, other people who are trying to get to and from the grocery store or the gas station and stuff. There have been a lot of conversations that we've had where, people are just wanting to get home and hunker down sooner rather than later. And again, as we continue traveling here on this roadway, we're starting to see more people, using their hazard lights and just try and find, the path of least resistance. You can see, Zach just moved into this left-hand lane because he saw that there was a more clear path for his tires to go here. Let's see. How many inches of snow in Lancaster? You guys be safe out there. Thank you. We are being very safe. There were probably about 2 inches of snow in Lancaster. And again, just we're starting to see the wind pick up as well. As we move throughout central Ohio, we're just starting to see again that temperature drop and that wind pick up. So we are seeing, a lot of folks who are just deciding, hey, I'm gonna wait to shovel till the morning. I'm just gonna go inside and go, watch a football game, or, you know, cozy up to a book, or play a board game with family friends. A lot of folks are just trying to, like, stay inside. And I will say, if you don't have to be out on the roads, it certainly doesn't hurt to just stay warm inside your house. And then as far as the alerts and the snow emergencies that we are seeing, if you want the latest up-to-date information, you of course can get it on our free ABC6 News app. For now, I will also just read it verbatim for you all here as well while we are in the car, again driving back towards Columbus here. So these have been updated within the last minute. We are starting to see some more level 2 snow emergencies here. So I'll start with the level 2s. We are talking about Delaware County moving to a level 2, Fairfield County, Fayette, Hocking, Knox, Madison, Marion, Perry, Pickaway, and Ross County are all a level 2 snow emergency. And then our level 1s are as follows. We have Athens, Champaign, Coshocton, Crawford, Franklin, Licking, Logan, Morgan, Morrow, and Union counties. Those are all snow level 1 emergencies. We are actually now just right outside of Canal Winchester. So we are, like I said, heading towards the east side. We are heading towards Linden because we have heard from a lot of you guys on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, on YouTube that the east side has been pretty slick. So we want to make sure that you guys kind of get an idea for whatever reason you need to head out that way this evening. So we are heading to the east side of Columbus. Let's jump over to Facebook and some of our other social media platforms to just see if there are any other questions, comments, concerns about our roadways this evening. Let's see here. And again, we are now entering Franklin County, level 1 snow emergency. Again, we're just starting to see a lot of this precip build up on the sides of the roads, these shoulders, and particularly even this left breakdown lane and like towards the median, you're really starting to see kind of that snow pick up here as we move into Franklin County. Let's see. I know we've had another crew, Nick Veland and Matt Fano, have been up in Delaware and kind of the northern parts of our viewing area, checking out what it's like for folks up there. The road conditions getting worse up that way, he says. Amy says 270 is completely covered and we're going 35 miles an hour. Somehow we are still just a level 1. Yeah, again, we're starting to see it just kind of pick up in some of these spots, and again, we're just starting to see it build up here on the roadways as well. Gonna jump over and see what other comments we have. A lot of folks just wishing all of us, all of our crews out here tonight to stay safe, which of course we very much appreciate as we continue throughout this evening. Here. Let's see. Yes, and we certainly do appreciate all of the safety warnings and well wishes from our viewers here. It's been very nice to see as we, again, continue traveling on these roads. And even as we just, kind of stopped and talked to people, we've gotten out, we made a pit stop at a gas station down in Lancaster, and, just even some folks who were, getting a hot chocolate and other things. It was just very nice to, see folks being like, hey, I appreciate you guys out on the roadways and stuff like that, making sure that we're all safe. Especially, as we enter into these more high traffic areas. You can see we've got some brake lights here as we continue heading towards Columbus. You can also see, I don't know if you can tell all that well here, but you can see on some of these, the tires, you can see kind of the snow kicking up on these folks' tires as we head again towards Columbus from the Canal Winchester area. We are starting to see, so you can see it on this truck here, really some of the precipitation just kind of kicking up off of these people's tires. And again, we're starting to see more of that traffic build up on these roadways as well in both directions here. But let's see if I can answer any more concerns that folks may have here on our socials. See if I can answer any other questions here. Sherry, about an hour ago, said 3 to 4 inches in Hanover. Josh says we got 4 inches in the Hilltop so far. That's a good bit of snow. And then Betty asked, how are the roads? Well, that's a great question, Betty. So again, like I said, we are heading on 33 west towards Columbus. Again, the roads are, again, we haven't seen too many problems. Some roads have been plowed better than others. Again, we are starting to see more traffic as we get onto a highway like this here. And again, I don't know if you can tell by in between our lanes here next to this Target truck, you're starting to see that snow really pick up and accumulate there. And again, like the 2 different lanes, you're starting to see how just even, more tires being on a certain road definitely helps in terms of the snow and driving in it this evening. Just checking in with one of our producers at the station, just giving him an okay to a message that he sent me about our plans for the night. Right now, it is looking like we are going to continue to be live in MobileTrak this evening, giving you all the latest information, even into the late evening hours of 10 and 11 o'clock, to make sure that you are all safe and ready to go. And that way you also know what to expect if you are heading out early tomorrow morning for any reason. Again, whether that's running errands or going to a church service or just going to see family or friends, just so you know what to expect as you are heading out on the roadways. And again, you're starting to see really that precip build up and that accumulation, again, on these breakdown lanes and then these shoulders and stuff. Trying to go back to our YouTube chat. Again, it may not seem like a lot of snow, for some folks who are saying that they're, 2 inches isn't a whole lot of snow. I can tell you when you hear it crunching underneath your tires, as we've kind of been driving on some of these roads, even our more rural ones, you definitely can feel it. It definitely makes a difference, when you're driving. Even that little tiny bit of snow or ice, we have seen it cause problems on these roadways. Like I said, about 10 minutes ago now, we saw, at least one person spin out. And again, we're, seeing more people use their hazards and, use their brake lights and probably, again, driving a lot slower on, these roads than they probably normally would. Just because even that little bit of ice and snow can cause some issues there. I appreciate the comment that says this has been helpful. Thank you. Yes, we try to be on your side and as helpful as we all can be to make sure that, again, you are all safe. We are heading, just passing Groveport here, or we are heading within Groveport limits as we continue, like I said, towards the east side of Columbus. Ethan says 3 inches at the Easton Apple Store. So again, we're starting to see, again, this pick up in a lot of different areas across town. What side of town are you currently on? Ashley, like I said, we are just outside of the Eastland Career Center. And again, we are making our way towards Linden. So we are on 33 West, heading towards Columbus and the Linden area right now. So again, we're just, again, seeing a lot of stuff on the roads. As far as what snow level emergency I think the roads are, it's not necessarily a matter of what I think. I know that Franklin County, which is where we are in a snow level 1 emergency. And again, now you can see some of this traffic really starting to build up on this road here, again, in both directions. But I do like the comment that says to stay at home, because again, if you don't have to be out on the roadways, don't. Enjoy a nice cozy book, maybe a cup of hot cocoa, or eggnog if that's more your jam, or maybe a hot tea. Definitely, if you don't have to be driving, I would not suggest being out on these roads, because they are slick. They can be slick, and again, as we see the temperature continue to fall, into those lower digits, anything that is very wet, slushy, it's going to freeze, and it's going to cause more problems for folks on the road here as we continue on towards Columbus. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions. I'm going to go over to our Instagram, because again, I know that's where a lot of you guys are also tuning in from. Our followers over there are joining us here on YouTube, which is very fun. So thank you all who are following us on all of our social media platforms. We do really appreciate it. I'm also seeing Nick Veland has a ruler up in Delaware. He is measuring the snow up there for us this evening. And again, we're starting to see, looks like either an accident or just someone who, I guess, needs some assistance on the side of this road over here. You can see they are in the median. They are in the snow. So again, just more signs that it may not appear like a ton of snow on the ground, but again, it does not mean that it necessarily is the easiest to navigate and the easiest to drive in. So again, it may not seem like a lot that you need to shovel out of your driveway and things, but again, if you're on the highway, if you're on some of these rural roads, and you are seeing this white stuff on the ground, you are going to want to drive with a lot of caution. I know some of my friends who are watching me on YouTube from across Columbus have been texting me throughout the evening as well, to just make sure that I'm driving safe as well, and they're giving me the tips of like where they're seeing issues and stuff. And I know they were telling me that the east side of Columbus, which again is where we're heading, was causing them some problems as well. So again, just make sure that if you are on the roads here tonight, that you are driving with the utmost safety. I know a lot of cars, even if you don't have four-wheel drive, you can put your car into a lower gear and just, I like to say, let her eat. Don't go over 30 miles an hour if you have a car in low gear, and just let her eat. That gives you a little bit more traction when you are driving on these more slippery roads, because even though the sign, speed limit sign right there just said it was 60 miles an hour, there is no way that we are going 60 miles an hour when the roads look like this. It's just not feasible. So again, as we, continue on those roadways, you can drive slowly, drive carefully, make sure that when we are driving, if we do have to be out and about on these roads, that we are giving all of our friends a lot of space to move around here. So whether that's, a small car or, a large commercial vehicle like a box truck or a tow truck or even the snow plows, make sure that we are giving them a lot of space to get around as we continue traveling on these roads. So we just got the sign. Okay then. Sorry about that for a second. Must have hit something with my elbow. My apologies there, friends. As we continue on these roadways, again, just making sure that we are very careful to give, the larger vehicles enough space. You can see we have some plows here coming on the road. Our snow warriors as we get into Columbus here. Again, we're starting to see that snow pick up on these people's tires and stuff, which is definitely going to make them a lot slicker. So definitely making sure that we give enough space for them with their shovels and things to get on the roads safely and get out and about. So like I said, we are heading towards Linden, the east side of Columbus, where, again, we've seen or been told that there is a lot of slippery road conditions. I believe a lot of folks who have put comments on social media, on our pages, have said that Morse Road has not been the clearest and has caused a lot of folks there, and then some different areas on the east side are a bit slicker than we all would like them to be, and so just trying to make sure that we don't have any major problems here on our roadways. But I would love to answer any other questions that we have on our social media pages. I will jump around to a bunch of them. Again, we are traveling towards the east side on 33 West. We're about to jump onto 70 and see what 70 is like. I know earlier you guys were hearing the windshield wipers that we had going that were getting a good bit of ice on them. I don't know if you guys can hear the snow underneath our tires as we're driving as well, because I can hear it, kind of crunching and stuff underneath our feet here as we keep going. And I think you can see it on the back of the car here in front of us pretty well. Like, there's a good bit of stuff that is stuck to their tires as we continue on this road. But I'm also seeing a lot of folks as we drive who have a lot of snow and ice on top of their car. And it's important that if we, want to make sure that our roadways are nice and clear, that before we head out, that we make sure that those things are cleared off of our car before we hit the road. So if you have a good ice scraper or a little brush, I saw one gentleman down in Chillicothe. He was getting very creative. He had a broom from inside his house, I think like a Swiffer, and was using the Swiffer to get the snow and ice off your car. Whatever works in that sense, again, we just want to make sure that not just our windshields and our mirrors and things are unobstructed. We want to make sure that all that snow is off the roof of the car and off the hood as well, just so it doesn't fly off the vehicle and into the roadway, because that certainly can cause some issues there as well. So we are about to jump onto 70 West, and we'll give you a little idea of what that interstate is seeing at this hour. It is 8:09 p.m. on this very snowy Saturday, our weather alert day. If you do not have our ABC6 news app notifications or our first warning weather alert app, You can, of course, go and get all of those free in the App Store to download. It can send you push alerts and notifications so that you are always in the loop of what's going on, because we are on your side and we are driving around in MobileTrak, like I said, to just make sure that you know what to expect if you are heading out on the roadways. That I might have to ask I have to ask Zach, which lot? Do we have a live view other than MobileTrak? Okay. We're just answering a question of our producer here. Alright, we are merging onto 70 West here outside of Columbus. Again, you can hear our windshield wipers are accumulating some ice on them. So if you hear that scraping, that's what that is. As we continue on this road here. So we are, like I said, heading towards the Linden area. According to one of our meteorologists, Sarah Converse, Columbus has broken another daily snowfall record this season. As of 7:21 p.m., CMH picked up 4.2 inches, which breaks the previous record of 3.6 that was set back in 1945. The snow is still falling, so the final snow amount will be posted at the end of the day. She's also going to continue to share the snowfalls tomorrow morning. I know we also have Jennifer Herbert, who is in the studio. She's been going live and giving some updates there as well on what folks are seeing, or what folks can expect as we continue on through the work week. She's got a lot more of the science behind everything. We're just kind of showing and telling what we are seeing here on the roads. And again, like I said, we are on 70, heading towards the Linden area. Very similar to 33 from what it looks like. Although I will say the snow in the left breakdown lane over here looks to be a lot higher than it did on 33 West. So just something to make a note of as well here. We are also starting to see a few more accidents pick up on this road as well. I'm going to see if you guys can tell through our camera up top here. Starting to see some officers pulled over here for what looks like some kind of an accident. Again, these roadways are pretty slick, so we are starting to see more people spin out and have some issues on these roadways here this evening. We are also getting a lot more snow on the top of our car here, and the little camera, for some reason, our windshield wiper is not being my friend here this evening to help you out. It's kind of, I think it's frozen, if I'm going to be frank. So we've been trying to just rely on the defroster because it's kind of stuck on the left-hand side of your frame here. So that's what we're seeing there. So I do apologize for that. Perhaps when we stop in Linden, we can get that unfrozen from the roof here. But yeah, we are heading down a decline here, and you can see a lot more folks are starting to use their hazards. Which of course is perfectly fine. Definitely appreciated, especially, you know, like I said, you can hear the ice that is stuck to the windshield wipers here of MobileTrak. So the visibility isn't exactly perfect. So, you know, those little hazard lights are definitely a nice little visual cue of, hey, here's another vehicle in front of us as we continue on. Jump back in the chat and see if we have any questions from our friends. I see a comment, you need to come home and get some rest to see Caleb Williams and Sugar Sanders play Sunday game day. Yeah, I'm not sure how many folks are going to be driving to Cleveland or to see, you know, the Browns this weekend. Not sure, you know, if folks have to be on the road, so that they should. As much as they, you know, may be dedicated football fans, you know, maybe sit this one out, watch this one from home. Might be your best course of action there. I don't know if you also can see, I'm going to turn our defroster up here on our car here, because I might just have to take off my parka here in a second. The car is a bit warm, but the windshield is not, which I think is why we're seeing some of this ice accumulate on the windshield here, as well as our wipers. So I'm going to try and help out Zach here. But here we are getting off on 101A towards 71 north towards Cleveland. Again, you're really starting to see this all build up on the road. Even on our exit ramps here, you can see it's causing a bit of concern for folks as they take these exits into the east side of Columbus. Like I said, that's where we've been trekking along for the last bit since we were in Lancaster. So to kind of give you an idea of our route that we've been on today, since we've been in MobileTrak, we went down south through Circleville and through Chillicothe, then we jumped over to Lancaster, and now we are heading to the east side of Columbus. We're just now passing Nationwide Children's Hospital, and again, heading towards the Linden area. the windshield wipers, the ice, like, cannot stress enough that it is chilly out there. I mean, if the snow didn't give that away, definitely the ice scraping against our windshield definitely should give you some kind of pause. And again, it's only going to get colder, which means, again, anything that we see that's slick and wet on these roadways is definitely going to freeze. So again, you're going to want to drive very, very carefully if you are heading out later this evening for any reason, or if you are heading out early tomorrow morning. Again, you're going to just want to be very, very cautious. And it's funny, even as we, come under these parts of the freeway that have kind of the covers from other roads on top, you can see the snow is still blowing underneath, so it's not like you get like a small bit of a reprieve when you're in these under sections, because between, the cars, blowing stuff off of the vehicles, to these underpasses, but you're also just seeing the snow blow underneath them as well. But you can see, look, the breakdown lane over to our right-hand side just has a lot of snow on it. And even just for these merge lanes, as people get on to 71 North here, definitely some cause for concern as we move through Franklin County. It's, it's hard to see where the lines are for your lanes and things, so again, just drive a lot slower if you have to use your hazard lights like our friends up here are. Definitely not a bad idea by any stretch of the imagination as we continue on the road. But we want to see, how are you guys enjoying the snow? I've seen trying to think, when we were leaving Chillicothe, we saw some folks who were in a snowball fight outside. I've seen videos of Andrew Buck Michael and his family. They've been sledding. That sounds like a lot of fun. I want to see pictures of people's dogs in snow. I want to see your snowmen. If you have photos and videos of the snow, feel free to share them with us in the comments of any of our social media posts that we've made. You can also go out to the ABC6 News app and go over to the Chime In tab, and you can chime in with your pictures and videos. But I'm going to read some more of the comments on Facebook. Sarah says, I'm in Scioto. It says level 1 should be at least a level 2. We have seen at least 3 inches of snow, which I think maybe is a good time to just check in and see what our latest snow level emergencies are, because we have a team who's been updating them around the clock since early this afternoon to make sure that everybody is on the same page. We do have a lot of level 2 emergencies, and we have a lot of level 1. For our level 2s, we're looking at Delaware County, Fairfield County, Fayette, Hocking, Knox, Madison, Marion, Perry, Pickaway, and Ross counties are all level 2 snow emergencies, and our level 1 snow emergencies are Athens, Champaign, Coshocton, Crawford, Franklin, Licking, Logan, Morgan, Morrow, Union counties are all level 1 snow emergencies. And again, we are heading to the east side of Columbus. We are getting onto 11th Avenue here. So maybe we can give you some idea of what our Columbus City streets are like, especially on the east side over here. Yeah, we're on 11th Avenue over this way. like I said, we are in Linden now, on the east side of Columbus. We are going to continue to drive around, and I'm going to take a quick break from talking. lovely sound of the ice scraping against the windshield. We are driving through Linden, for folks who are wondering. We are gearing up for our show after college hoops. But for now, Zach and I are back in MobileTrak, driving you around the east side of Columbus. Just kind of showing you the roadways out this way. A mic check, because I know we are still streaming on YouTube, so for folks who are on YouTube, they're probably like, what is she doing? Giving our folks a mic check, because we will be live from MobileTrak for our shows this evening. Alright, I'm going to try this again. Maybe help out our friends. How is that? Is that any better for my in-studio friends? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, we're just driving around Linden. For right now, we're streaming on YouTube and gearing up, like I said, for our late-night newscasts. We've been driving around all sorts of parts of central Ohio. We've been to Circleville, Chillicothe, Lancaster, and now we are in Linden on the east side of Columbus, showing folks the roads out this way. You can see that these ones are not as plowed as I think a lot of folks would like them to be. We are seeing that twinkling white snow under the city streetlights. But don't love it in our roadway. You know, it's very pretty in front of our buildings, maybe even on the sidewalks and stuff for the kiddos to enjoy, but not so much out here on the streets. Especially, you can see coming up on these people's tires. Yep, just giving our folks practice for in the studio here, just for our folks on YouTube who are streaming and just wondering why you seeing me in the car. Hey friends, like I said, we are driving around Linden and just getting ready for our show. We're being pushed back on Fox 28 due to college hoops, so we are, like I said, giving our folks in-house a little run-through of some things before the show, but otherwise we are in MobileTrak and we are driving around Linden. So, like I said, we're driving around the Linden area. We're just going under this underpass here, and that kind of gave the car a little bit of reprieve as far as the roadways having the snow and things. But otherwise, we are seeing a lot of precipitation out on the roadway here. On the highway, we are still also seeing some wintry mix, some slush and things, and as the temperatures continue to dip, as meteorologist Jennifer Herbert will explain, we may see these roadways freeze and cause some more problems for folks who are driving, like this Coda bus who's going on by. We're making a loop here. You can see some areas, like I said, this little alleyway has not been plowed. So we're probably driving in about 4 inches of snow right now. Trying to loop back around onto the road for you guys here in MobileTrak. Onto Cleveland Avenue. So we are at the intersection of Cleveland Ave and Shoemaker Ave. I'm going to give a mic check to our friends in studio. So we are just making sure that our friends in studio can hear us. I know on YouTube y'all can hear us perfectly good, and we've been appreciating streaming with y'all all day here today. So seems our friends are having some issues in-house. I'm not sure why, but we're going to hopefully resolve that before the show starts. I'm just going to keep talking otherwise. And again, just for our folks who are on YouTube and watching our stream, they can hopefully figure that all out here accordingly. But like I said, you can see the roads here on the east side. We've been following you guys on Facebook, your comments. A lot of you have expressed concerns about, what we're kind of seeing on the east side of Columbus. Yeah, sorry, just getting a note from one of our producers just about where we should end up driving to just kind of show you guys what we are experiencing here. Well, let me take you back out to the road. Again, we are in Linden on Cleveland Ave, kind of here to 11th. Like I said, a lot of slush on the road. A lot of slush. Not the best to be driving in. You can feel the snow like crunching underneath the tires as we move through this area. Again, it's just a lot of road headaches for folks who are driving. And even folks who are, using public transit. There's a Coda bus up here in front of us, about 200 feet away. And I'm sure, for him, it's a little tough navigating some of the turns he or she may have on their route, especially with all of this fluffy white stuff on the roadway here. And especially for folks who are, getting picked up at these spots. It's chilly out there, so, for folks who are waiting for public transit and stuff as well, they're going to have a little bit of a colder time tonight and into tomorrow than normal. But yeah, we, like I said, are driving around Linden, gearing up for our show on Fox 28, and then, of course, our show at 11. And I want to make a note, this is what we're seeing on Cleveland Avenue, which is obviously going to have a lot more car traffic than some of our other roads, especially in the residential kind of areas. Looking down some of those streets, we are definitely seeing more of that snow pile up in those areas on those roads, especially because there are people who are parked on like both sides of the street, and so that can also be very difficult for a plow to go down there and clear those roadways. Whoa. Oh, there. Maybe not having a great night. It is slick out there, friends. It is slick. Slick, slick, slick. So, like, in our car right now, we're not, like, the speed limit up here says 35. We're not even going 20. Just because there's so much stuff here on the roadway. Just to make sure that we're all safe here in the car. These are probably, like, we've been out here driving around since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we've been on quite a journey. We've gone through Circleville, we've gone to Chillicothe, we've gone to Lancaster, and then come back this way towards Columbus, because we know, again, a lot of you guys on social media have been saying that there's been issues on the east side, and it's been, I think somebody described it as an ice rink. So, we came over this way to kind of give you guys an idea of what you can expect on the roadways. And these are probably some of the worst road conditions that we have seen in terms of the plowing. We saw some snow drifts on some of the other roadways coming east towards Lancaster. And then when we were leaving the Lancaster area, especially on some of those steep inclines and declines, those were not the most fun to drive on, just again because they were very slick and things. But in terms of like plowing and stuff, this is probably some of the worst in terms of just like main accumulation on the central roadway here in central Ohio, at least that we have seen. We know some other areas have over 4 inches of snow in our area, our viewing area, I should clarify. But again, this is just kind of what we are seeing here on the east side. And like you can see this top camera, which is on the hood of our car, it's shaking. Because it is bumpy on this road, because there is a lot of snow on the ground, and so it's getting hard, it's getting crunchy, it's making it very difficult to drive on. Look, you can see this car, their whole back right tire is just covered in snow, just like all along it. In every little crevice in that tire, there is snow. So, there's not a lot of traction in that back wheel of, that person's car there. Can't see the wheels on the bus too well. But it wouldn't surprise me if, that driver of the bus and, that car and other folks are having similar issues, if that makes any sense. We're getting confirmation from our producers in-house that everyone there can hear me, which is great. Yay! No hiccups there. Just got a chance to look down on my phone, because I've just been kind of gabbing to our YouTube audience. As we continue our trek through the east side. You'd see it's very hard for cars in front of us to see the lanes that they're supposed to be in, just again because there's so much stuff on the roadway. So like coming up here, this left lane is supposed to end and merge into a 1-lane road on this side for folks who are traveling this direction, and you can't see where that line is for you to merge over effectively, which is going to cause some serious problems if they don't get some of this off the ground ASAP. While we're waiting for the show to start here, on ABC6 and Fox 28, I am going to jump over to our socials for a second to kind of see what is being posted on there. Just in terms of what folks are saying, because we've been asking you guys to chime in with your pictures and videos. We've been asking you to let us know in the comments what you all are seeing. And so I'm going to just quickly jump on those pages and see what's happening for our friends. Seeing a lot of comments that are saying, just stay off the road, get off the road. And yeah, if you don't have to drive, don't do it. Go home. I mean, not to say it's late anyways, but it's 10 o'clock, you know. It's a perfect time to grab a nice cup of hot chocolate or tea, you know, and curl up under some blankets. Zach is saying coffee, but that's just because he's been working, you know. If you want to stay up and watch the snow continue to fall, then have coffee, by all means. But otherwise, maybe, you know, curl up under a nice blanket. You know, if you have a hot tub or something outside, that would be a great place to enjoy the snow and look at it. You know, you still get the idea of being outside and everything, but you get to be nice and warm in the hot tub. If you have that, that will be a great course of action to take. I know some folks have said, like, there's a gentleman who's walking by in a hockey jersey, and it got me thinking that there were a lot of folks who were saying for our Blue Jackets fans, they were going to have issues coming home from the game and stuff, and I can see why, especially if they are fans who live on the east side here. They're definitely going to have some hang-ups in terms of stuff on the roads here in front of them. Especially, look, you can kind of, I'll turn the camera so you can kind of see down this residential street. Like, that has not been plowed in a hot minute. And we have seen some of the snowplows out here slowly but surely making their way to clear off these roads. But, again, we are also just seeing a lot of slush on the roadway. And then, again, like, a lot of cars with stuff on top of them. Snow covering their windshields, which is probably not the best idea. Cars with snow on the roof of their car, which definitely, again, if you're wanting to make sure that these roadways are clear, do your part. Clear off your car. I'm going to just jump on our ABC6 YouTube page to answer some questions that I'm seeing in the comments. I just tuned in, so I don't know what the updates are, and I just read that Franklin County is only a level 1. Yeah, we are, I believe, still in a level 1, but you know what? You can get that information a lot quicker than me reading it to you. You can get it on our ABC6 News app. Yeah, how'd you like that? Yeah, we have a lot of our counties are in level 1 and level 2 snow emergencies. Some of the ones that we've been to earlier were in level 2. The last that we checked, I will give you an update for Franklin County real fast. The last update that we have for Franklin County, we are still in a level 1 snow emergency here in Franklin County, which includes Linden, where we are right now. But some other areas are level 2, like Delaware, Fairfield, Fayette, Hocking, Knox, Madison, Marion, Morgan, Perry, Pickaway. Those are all level 2. And then we actually have some that have now upgraded to level 3. Pike and Ross County have now jumped up to a level 3 snow emergency. So just for our friends who are down there, please be safe. I'm reading some more of the comments. Oh no, CBJ lost. Sorry, friends, just getting a note from our producer, and I'm just going to give him a quick copy that so he knows that I heard him. CBJ lost, and now everyone has to drive home in the snow. Oh, no. Oh, that person's walking their dog in the snow. That poor puppy was freezing. It's going to be cold for people taking their dogs out in the mornings. I do know that much. It's going to be cold. It's going to be chilly, 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 chilly. Look at that. Look at this. We are a minute away from our show, so you can always continue to watch us here on YouTube, or you can also tune in to ABC6 and Fox 28 to get the latest news and weather and everything in between. Yeah. I'm almost wondering if it'll be worth going down some of these residential streets at some point. Really not right now, but at some point maybe. That's what we do. Just to give folks a better understanding. But we've been streaming for last at least 5 hours, if not longer than that. And if you've been with us all that time, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So like Jennifer was explaining, we are in a level 1 snow emergency here in Franklin County. We're actually driving through the Linden area, but I just want to give you guys an understanding of what we're actually seeing on the roads. Certain roadways are plowed a little better than others. You can see we are on Cleveland Avenue right now, and there is still a lot of accumulation on the roadways, which has brought a lot of concern for a lot of drivers. So again, these roadways, like I said, are very icy for a lot of folks across our viewing area. Like I said, Franklin County is in a level 1 snow emergency, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your road is going to be perfectly plowed and perfectly cleared. So you're going to want to drive with an abundance of caution. And if you are in any area that's a level 2 or higher, just stay off the roadways tonight. The visibility isn't exactly the best. And again, I'm going to show you the roadways that we are seeing in Franklin County. You really can't even see the lanes to properly drive in these conditions. So again, it's just very important that if you don't have to go anywhere tonight or even tomorrow morning, just try and avoid the roadways the best that you can. Live on your side in MobileTrak, I'm Kirsten Lindquist. Cool. Alrighty, we are going to be live back in our shows again in 20 minutes, but we are still obviously streaming here on YouTube. So we're going to take you down some roads, and maybe we'll go to a different east side neighborhood here. Maybe we'll get out of the Linden area and just stay east. Looking over at Zach right now to just make sure that he gets that. I'm turning down the. For folks who may not know how some of our show stuff works, I like to give behind the scenes. Very fun. We have a very cool job. So I have right now like a little AirPod in. Where I'm dialed into our show that's airing right now on Fox 28. So I can hear my producers, I can hear meteorologist Jennifer Herbert, I can hear Isabel Hansen. Right now they're playing a clip that Nick Veland, another one of our reporters, shot earlier in the day, talking about some conditions up in the Delaware and northern parts of the area. Just kind of, talking to folks up that way, kind of split the workload here. So I'm turning them down in my ear a little bit as we now travel down one of these residential streets in Linden, which, like I said, we are not seeing too great of plowing here. And like you can feel the 4 inches or so of snow underneath your feet as we continue to drive here. To make a little U-ey in this little alleyway as we continue to a different east side neighborhood. Looking at our YouTube comments, and I see someone is tuning in from Arizona. That's where one of our producers, Chelsea, just moved to not too long ago. So I'm not sure if that's her YouTube channel or not, but she says, haha, it's 70 or he or she in the comments writes, haha, it is 70 degrees in Arizona. We are very jealous of you right now, because it is most certainly not 70 degrees here. If the white fluffy stuff on the ground didn't give that away. We've been telling you guys for the last couple hours now that it's been very, very cold. And again, we are seeing a lot of snow. Again, you're seeing these little residential roads in Linden that have not, looks like, had a plow go down them, which doesn't surprise me because we have the cars parked on both sides of the road, which can make it very difficult for those plows to come here and clear those streets. So, yeah. So, Zach, where are we heading?
We're gonna check over by Morse Road.
Oh, yes, Morse Road, where a lot of folks have commented throughout the afternoon into the evening here. A lot of folks have told us that Morse Road, I think somebody said like an ice rink. So we're going to go check out Morse Road here. Because I do remember a lot of folks were saying it was slick, slick, slick over there. Alejandro writes on Facebook, I'm moving to Columbus. Weather looks great. You know what? It is great. It is a great time. We've seen a lot of people, even while we're driving, and I know I've talked a lot about the roadways and the conditions here, because that's obviously the point of us being in MobileTrak, and that's the things I think most people want to know as we continue through this winter weather alert day today. But we've seen a lot of folks take advantage and make the most of the snow. I've driven by, I think I've seen a couple of people building snowmen and having snowball fights, and folks still trying to make the most of it and help out their neighbors. We've seen a lot of folks like shoveling each other's driveways and using a little snow blower to clear the sidewalks. So Columbus weather, a little snow, hey, it's all right. Just makes the roadways a little tougher to navigate. That's all. Somebody asked if it's still snowing in Columbus. Right now we don't have a lot hitting our windshield, so maybe we can kind of chill the wipers a little bit here. But I think right now a lot of what we're seeing is blowing up from the road onto our windshields and stuff like that. So it doesn't appear, at least right now, that a lot more is coming down, which is good. But we are, obviously still got a lot in the roadway here, which can make things, like I said, very challenging. But I think I see one of our Columbus Snow Warriors, I believe is what they're called. They are over here getting ready to plow that little parking lot for folks so that they can get to work over the next few days a lot safer, a lot more safe. Oh, I forgot to mention, in terms of folks trying to make the most of having the snow, we did. So when Zach and I were pulled off to putting together our stuff for the show tonight, which of course you can tune in and watch. When we were putting together those materials, we were in a parking lot over in Linden doing all of our work, and we watched some big trucks do donuts in that parking lot. So you may see that video on our socials later. So they were, having fun. Again, making the most of all the snow that we have on the ground here. So, yeah. We're passing by a church, which I know is probably where a lot of folks are going to be heading out early in the mornings and stuff. And if your roadways are going to look anything like this, just be very cautious. Give yourself some extra time if you're going to a service tomorrow morning. Just because, again, your roadways may look a little like this here. So this is Holt and Brentnell. So again, a little more of a residential kind of neighborhood here on the east side. And you're seeing more of the snow just kind of on the ground. Listening in to our show here, and Jennifer Herbert was mentioning, accidents and stuff on the road, and it got me thinking, how much have we kind of seen? Oh, that dog's built for the snow. That dog was built for the snow. He's nice and furry, ready to go. Anyways, as far as accidents and stuff we've seen, we haven't, thankfully, if I could find a piece of wood in here, I would knock on it. We thankfully haven't seen too many problems. We've seen a couple of people who have spun out or have gone on the highways into kind of the snowbanks in the median. But as far as like collisions, we thankfully, as we have been driving, have not seen really any of those, which is a blessing, I'm sure, for a lot of folks, us included. Because that, of course, is no fun for anybody. So again, if you don't have to be on the roadways, don't. I see a lot of folks down this street with their trash and their recycling bins out. And I'm seeing some other folks who are getting their driveways all shoveled as well. Oh, they're waving. Oh, hi, friends. Oh, see, I told you guys, we love seeing you guys out and about. So if you see us driving around here on the east side, give us a little wave like that person. That was very nice. Yay. see that little playground over here, and it's got all the snow and stuff on it. I'm sure the kiddos are having a field day, if they have not already, just in all of this. This has got to be very fun for them. It's very picturesque, but again, not on this portion, but like over on the houses in front of the, with all the lights and on tops of the little trees and stuff. That's all very picturesque. We all don't love it just on this roadway and things. Little bend I don't love the look of coming down it. It's going to be turns like this that I think a lot of folks are going to have issues with, especially as they're getting to and from where they need to be tomorrow, because that you could see how wet the pavement was there. I think that's what's going to cause a lot of hang-ups for people as we continue to drive towards Morse Road. Where again, a lot of people said it is very slick. Maybe slick enough that this, CBJ could play on it. That was a pity laugh from Zach, if you were wondering. But I'm going to jump back on Facebook and other things and see what we're looking at here in our comments, and as well as Instagram. I'll jump on Instagram, I think, first, just to see if there's anything there. Somebody on Instagram wrote, I have four-wheel drive in my truck. I've been seeing how fast I can go. I don't recommend you do that. That does not sound like a good idea. Please drive slowly, carefully. And if you don't have to drive, don't. But we're in the northeast area of Columbus right now. Again, really trying to head towards Morse Road to see what conditions are like there. Because, again, we've just been hearing it's not been pleasant for folks that way. Somebody on one of Nick Veland's posts said it looked more like 6 inches to me. He's the one with the ruler in that video, and maybe things have changed since Nick was up there. It wouldn't shock me if certain areas hit those numbers. But I think we'll have a total accumulation count, at least by the morning, when Sarah Converse and company are in the studio breaking all of that down for folks, Let's see what other comments we are seeing here. Let's jump over to Facebook. What other comments we have on our social media pages. See about my original post from us in MobileTrak. Oh, Tracy on Facebook says, love your hat. It is an ear warmer, so the top of my head is not covered, which I think I'd be a lot colder if my ears weren't covered, and also if Zach didn't have the heat on in the car. But we're very layered. I think, if you're whether you're driving or if you're going to just be out about tomorrow, like if you're going to, a lot of folks are going to have to shovel their driveways and sidewalks and things, or if you want to, maybe take on the snow with your kiddos tomorrow, definitely dress warm. I think my mom always taught me hands, head, feet are the 3 areas you want to make sure are nice and toasty, because that'll keep the rest of you nice and warm as well. So thank you, though, for complimenting the little fur. Let's see what other comments we have. Just a lot of folks saying stay safe, which is great. Oh, somebody passed us in Lancaster earlier and said, we just passed you, stay safe. Well, thank you. Thank you, friends. Yeah, like I said, if you do see us out and about here, give us a little wave. Let's see if I can. How far away do you think we are from Morse Road, Zach?
We're about 6 minutes.
6 minutes, okay. Ooh, you know what I don't like? So when we have the slick roads like this, I just saw one of the like storm drain little things. Definitely be careful when you're driving on roads like this and you have one of those little dips. Yeah, I saw that little dip on the side over, I'm trying to think, there's not another example over this way to show you guys, but you know what I'm talking about, those like storm drain, flood prevention kind of dips. Also, again, like, maybe it also is applicable here when we have our big telephone poles and stuff like that. One of the biggest causes AEP told me a couple of weeks ago for why folks here in Central Ohio lose power during the winter is actually from people driving on the roadways and hitting these, electrical wires and these telephone poles and things. So again, as you're traveling on these very slick roads, maybe don't drive like that person and drive a little slower so that you don't slide like a little penguin. Again, this pavement is wet. It is wet in these spots. You can see it's slick. So. But again, we're also in an area too. I mentioned this when we were on some of the rural roads down south. We're in, certain areas where there's maybe 1 or 2 street lamps and things, which is also going to cause some problems for folks who are driving in the overnight hours, on these kinds of roads and stuff too, just because the visibility is poor. Again, you can't see the lane, and then you also just, can't see if there is black ice when we have the wet pavement like this. So if you have anywhere that you need to be tomorrow, take a little breather, go a little slower. All right, we're coming up here on Morse Road, which is where a lot of people said they were sliding around. So we can see, look at, ooh, I don't love this. That is a lot of pile up on the side. But this section's pretty nicely plowed, compared to what we were seeing in Linden and things. I'm liking the look of this a little bit better. So we are over by Easton on Morse Road. And again, you can see the street lights shining off the pavement here. There's one of our Columbus Snow Warriors taking a quick pause, a little break, it seems, to get situated and maybe clear some of this up here again. Oh, I guess I don't have a live tease. Okay. I'm just going to seek clarification from my team in-house. 4 minutes until my hit, or 4 minutes until that tease? For my hit. Okay. Sounds good. So I can just keep gabbing for our folks on stream. Okay, so these 2 lanes on Morse Road, pretty good. That, the turn lane, to go to the Whole Foods, I don't like it. That's too much junk in the road for me. Not a fan. Even over this way, if I can pan, not my favorite either. But this on the right-hand side of me, again, to turn or even to go onto 270 South up this way is not my jam over here. It's too much yucky slush for me to be driving on. Look at this. Ooh. You guys on Facebook were right. I didn't doubt you, but you guys were right. I don't like this on the side. It is a mushy mess over in this right-hand lane. And even to get on the highway up here onto 270. No. I don't like it. And again, I don't love the slickness that's even in our lane. Although this is the first time, I think, in 4 hours that I've seen actually the lines for the lanes. And Zach is nodding with me. He agrees. This is the first time I think I've seen the actual lane lines in a good bit since we've been out on the road. But yeah, this is wet and mushy and yucky. I'm not a fan of this over this way. So again, if you are driving on, we're on Morse Road. We just passed the Easton Town Center. We're just continuing over here. And I don't love this. Look at how it's piling up I'll see if I can turn the, look at that. Look at how this is like pooling in this right-hand lane over here. It's like, I wish on this camera I could zoom. You can see it's coming up like halfway on the tires, like in this little ridge here where this car in the right-hand lane is driving. And so it's not as clear as it should be, could be, etc. It'll be me in a second. So we are traveling on Morse Road. I've been checking in on all of our different social media pages throughout the day, just kind of getting information from folks of like what they're seeing. And a lot of folks were telling me that Morse Road was giving them a lot of problems for folks who are driving. We are, like I said, we passed the Easton Town Center. Now we are on Morse Road going this way. And I just want to give you kind of an idea of what we're seeing. There's a lot of wet pavement. It is really difficult to see the lines on the road. It is a little bit better plowed than some of the roads that we saw over in Linden, but there are still some areas where we're seeing a lot of slush in like some turn lanes, especially if you are going over towards like the Whole Foods and some of the shopping over in Easton off of Morse Road here. But I don't love this slick pavement that we're seeing here, because as the temperature continues to fall, you know, this stuff is going to be very prone to freezing and causing some headaches for people as they, you know, head out on their early morning errands or head to maybe some church services or even just head out for other activities throughout the day. So we will continue to be monitoring these. You can, of course, head over to our YouTube page. We have been streaming since about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, so you can kind of get an idea of how all of this has progressed throughout the early evening into the nighttime here. But for now, live on your side in MobileTrak, I'm Kirsten Lindquist, Fox 28 News. All right. I think I hit the wrong camera there at the very end, but that's all right. They got the point. Not a problem for our YouTube friends. They're having a grand old time, I'm sure. I haven't checked the comments in a while, but I am getting comments from my friends who are watching the stream, which, hi, love you guys. My mom is also watching from Maryland. So, hi, Mom. But they've all been, like, texting me and going, like, I love your commentary through all of this. And I'm like, you know what? We got to have fun. When we're driving around in all of this, I have to have a little bit of fun with it. So if I make bad jokes, you know, and Zach pity laughs at me over here, you know, it gives me a little bit of joy having fun here. But let's see once again what we're kind of talking about on socials here. There is a post on our Facebook page right now that says, like, can I come in tonight? And it's a picture of a puppy dog. And there are a lot of comments saying that, you know, there are certain dogs that are built for this, and then there's others that are not too happy to see all this snow on the ground here. Somebody wrote, my pets want nothing to do with the cold and have their sweaters on. And then other folks are saying, my huskies are okay. Tell that to my huskies. They're having a grand old time. But, oh, here we go. Okay, so if you are heading to the Stone Ridge Plaza and stuff tomorrow morning, whether you're going to Home Goods or Marshall's or the Kroger over this way, these parking lots are pretty mushy over this way. I'm trying to give you a quick little look over here. Even if you head over to the Shell gas station, it's got a lot of snow that needs to be shoveled out of here as well. Look at that. A lot of snow over on this side. And again, we're also just seeing it in the roadway here as well. But then, you see that over there? There's our Columbus Snow Warrior, ready to go, ready to make these roads passable so that we can get through the evening and stuff, and then we can try and clear them up a little bit more maybe tomorrow. So these guys have been out. They started their shifts a lot earlier probably than we did. They shift change at midnight, and then they will have a new crew come in all fresh, ready to go to tackle maybe some of this mess that we're seeing here. So I know when I spoke to Jennifer Herbert last, she said that we should stay on the east side, because that's, again, where a lot of folks, number one, have been commenting on socials that they've been having issues, but just also, that's kind of just been our route today. We went south first, and then we went out east, and so now we're over this way now. So I'm going to leave it to Zach to tell me where we're going next. I'm wondering how the short north is, because I haven't been down that area since the snow started coming in this morning, and I know maybe there's some folks who are near campus maybe that are having some hang-ups near OSU and stuff. Maybe that's where we'll head next. Sounds like a plan. I got a head nod over there. But I'm going to take out my little earbud for a second and switch it to the other ear. That's what I'm concerned about, is over by campus and things, because I know that's, the short north obviously has a lot of foot traffic already, and then there's obviously a lot of COTA buses that go through that area. There's obviously the students who are, finishing up exams and things. I know, some folks who maybe are on different rotations for the vet school or, medical programs. They might have to get out tomorrow, so maybe we should give them a little peace of mind of what they can expect as they head through tonight. But again, if you have pictures or videos of what you guys are seeing, feel free to share them with us via Chime In, or of course our Facebook, Instagram pages. You can email them to me at the station. You can send them to my DMs. I would love to see your snowmen. I would love to see your dogs in the snow. I would love to see how you all are navigating this wintry weather. "15 minutes ago, Jeff on Facebook did a nice little Brutus tribute. I'll see if I can try and show it on here. I don't know if you can see it too well. There's a glare. You'll have to go to the Facebook, but essentially it's the Footprint Ohio script, the script Ohio. So it reminded me of Brutus at the Michigan game, which that was very funny. Any day of the week, please and thank you. This is great. Let's see some other folks. Theron has a ruler, and where they're at, they're seeing 4.5 inches of snow on this little ruler. There's a glare, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. This is not the most fun. Jeff is apparently driving in the snow and is posting his own little videos. His version of MobileTrak driving through the snow, which can't, I won't call him out here and say I don't recommend that explicitly, but I am going to say I don't recommend that. That if you don't have to be out on the roads, I've been saying it all afternoon and evening, don't do it. Go home. Stay home. Oh, there we go. There's some more comments on YouTube. Roads were a lot worse earlier in WCH. What is WCH off the top of my head?
Winchester?
Maybe Winchester. That wouldn't shock me. And Canal Winchester. Yeah. I think, again, as kind of we're seeing less stuff fall from the sky now since about 10:30 this evening. We're seeing less of the snow, come from the sky and more just kind of spit up from the roadway. So yeah, I can imagine that things have gotten a little bit better. But again, we are still seeing some of this slick pavement, which is going to be some cause for concern for people here. I see a Facebook not a Facebook comment, a YouTube comment that says, I'm almost done building my Marshall McPeak snowman in my yard. I think he would love that. I think he would love if you sent that photo via Chime-In. I think they all would love to see that. I want to see it. I think that would be great. You know what? You should do like a whole ABC6 snow person thing in your yard. You know what? That would be fun. You make them a little fake microphone and stuff out of the snow and everything. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. That would be great, guys. Let's see what else here in our socials. Because again, we're getting a lot of you guys chiming in from all over the area, which is great. And again, I gave a little behind the scenes of MobileTrak here on our Instagram pages, but I'll do the same here for YouTube. So over by my left-hand side, by my hand here, is where I can control our cameras. So we have obviously camera 1, which is me, hi, and then we have our dash camera, which is right on the front of our car here. That's where you've been primarily seeing and hearing the icy windshield wipers earlier in the day, swiping over our thing there. And then we have this top camera, which is called camera 3, and this is on the roof of our car. And I have down by my left knee, like a little box. So not only do I have a preview screen in front of me so I can kind of see what I'm doing as I take you guys through MobileTrak, but I also have a little, almost like a joystick controller. So I can twist and turn this camera up top here any which way I want it. So I can like put it down towards the road. I could stick it up in the sky, which I'm not going to do. I could spin you guys all the way around backwards and show you what's behind me. You can follow these cars and show you all of what's behind me there. You can do a full 360 in here if I really want to. Whee! So yeah, that's a little BTS of MobileTrak here. Very fancy stuff. So it's been very fun to kind of play around with all of this nice fun equipment as we navigate these roadways here. So like I said, we're heading towards campus now. And then eventually we'll probably make our way towards Grandview, which is where the station is, to kind of give folks maybe an idea of what's over there. But as we continue on these roads here, they are a little slick, and wet. That's the best word I can use to describe them, is they are wet. These are very clear, but that is wet. You can see how it glistens with the street lights and things. And again, as the temperature continues to drop, the car is saying it's 20 degrees. I don't trust that. You know what I do trust? Our meteorologist, Jennifer Herbert, who's in my ear, and also our free ABC6 News weather app. You should get it. It's on the App Store. First warning weather. First warning, ABC6. Free on the App Store, along with our ABC6 News app. That's where I trust getting my weather information. You know why? Because it's backed up by a team of meteorologists who are on your side and are always ready to tell you what to expect. So right now, it is 17 degrees. You know what it feels like outside? 5 degrees. 17 degrees, obviously much colder than, the freezing point for water. So all of this stuff on the road here has the potential to freeze. I can't beat around the bush there. It has the potential to freeze. And so again, folks might have some hang-ups there. We're also getting some pretty chilly winds. We have some northwest winds at 11 miles an hour where we are heading right now. And so it is windy. It is cold. And it is wet roads. We are in a winter storm warning until about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then we are in a cold weather advisory until Monday at 11. So like I said, it's going to be cold. It's going to stay cold through tomorrow. Which means all of this stuff has the potential to freeze. Which is not great. Not kosher. Oh, Frosty in front of that building fell down. That's unfortunate. All right. We are seeing some very pretty Christmas lights on the right-hand side of me. And some of our little arches as we head towards campus. So that's kind of the route we've been going today. We're slowly but surely making our way through different parts of the area that we know a lot of folks are going to be at. Right now, we are in Gehanna. I'm curious if you all can hear the snow crunching underneath our tires as we drive, because I know you guys have been able to hear the windshield wipers and things with the ice, because obviously it's right here. But I am curious if you guys can hear us crunching over some of the snow as we get on the road here towards 670 West. Again, we're heading towards campus. But I am curious if you all can hear the crunching. Let's see. Go on my other phone here to see. Oh, yeah, there's, I do hear, someone commented they can hear Zach every now and then when he has a cough. Yeah, it's chilly outside. It can be hard on the vocal cords and stuff. Every now and then I've had to take myself off the little camera you see in the upper right-hand corner so I can have a drink of some soda here and some water, just so my vocal cords, because I've been talking for the last couple of hours, and so just to keep everything nice and good there. Because, the cold is, damaging. It can be hard and strenuous on the vocal cords. So and you know what? He's been the brave soul. Anytime that we've had snow covering, camera 3 up here, or even our windshield and getting stuck to the windshield wiper, he's been the brave soul to get out of the car and get it off them. So he has been out in the elements a little bit more than I have this evening. So we give him some grace. If he has to cough, he has to cough. Guys, that's what happens. So right now we are outside of Gahanna, around the airport actually, which maybe that could be something. You think we can show them the airport real quick? Should be this way on the, we're coming up here on the airport, which is on the east side. I don't know how many folks have to travel to the airport tomorrow, but maybe we give them a quick little overview of what they can expect if they're heading out this way, because this is also on the east side of Columbus. So if you're heading to CMH tomorrow, maybe we'll do a quick little loop around CMH, and then we'll head towards campus, towards the short north university district kind of area. Maybe take a quick little pit stop. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we are coming up here on CMH here. So if you are heading out to the airport tomorrow, which I know a lot of folks may be, especially those early flights here. So you can see the roadways around the CMH area got a lot of snow on the ground here. And I'm also seeing a lot of snow in that short-term and long-term parking for folks who are going to be coming back to Columbus. There is a lot of snow in those parking lots, it looks like, as well. So yeah, I will say, if you are coming out to CMH tomorrow, it's definitely looking like you're going to have some issues. Or if you are picking up somebody maybe late this evening, there's some white snow here on the ground at John Glenn International Airport. I know we have also had a lot of construction in this area too. And other parts of Columbus obviously have a lot of construction and stuff. We are a very bustling city with a lot of new development, so be cautious for folks who may be working tomorrow as well, because again, there's more than one different hazard in the road. We got the cones and we got the snow, but like the lane to go to the rental car pickup is got a lot of fluffy white stuff on the ground. I will say these people who are parked in this garage over here are probably very thankful they did, because they will not have to scrape their cars. Maybe those people who parked a little too close to the doors. But otherwise, if you parked pretty in there, that's one relief that you won't have when you go to pick somebody up, is no snow in your car when you get back. Just find my work phone. Slid down somewhere in this car. So bear with me, friends, as I look for a little thing. If you haven't already cleared off your windshield wipers and things. I found my work phone. If you haven't cleared off your windshield and stuff like that, it's also probably a good time to remind folks that, like, you can pull your wipers up off of your windshield there, so you can stick them straight up, which sometimes that's a little easier when you're clearing off your car early in the morning. But yeah, so like I said, we're driving around CMH at the moment. We're going to head towards campus now as we get ready for our 11 o'clock show. We slid due to sports this evening, so that's why we're getting off to a little bit of a later start here. But right now it looks like we're actually behind a plow who might get ready to scrape some of this off of the roadway here shortly. But they're also coming up on their shift change, so they may be gearing up to take their little what's this called? An excavator. They might be gearing up to take their little excavator out and switch with another person here in the next 40 minutes or so. I want to give a shout out to our friends who have been watching with us since we started the stream hours ago. Particularly my friends, Aaron and Amanda, who have been watching, I think, since early this evening. Shout out to you guys. You guys are real ones. Love you both dearly, and I will be making sure that you all know exactly where I'm going when I am on my way home. So if they want to make sure I get home safe, appreciate y'all. Love you so much. And I also know that my mom has been watching for hours. So thank you, Mom. Love you, Mom. Mom is great. Mom is the best. So shout out to them. And again, shout out to anybody who's been watching us for the last few hours as we've been navigating this wintry mix here this evening. So like I said, we're going to head towards campus here in just a bit. We're going to get back on the highway in just a second, but I'm going to jump on and see if there are any comments here from folks. Also, maybe I can get an idea of how long we've been streaming for, because it feels like a good bit. Tammy says, it is a nasty night. Folks ought to go home and stay home. Use common sense. You know what? I agree. Use common sense. If you don't have to drive, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We also got a comment asking if Zach has ever been ice skating. I'm sure he has, because I'm pretty sure he played hockey growing up.
Yeah, I was a goalie.
He was a goalie. He played hockey growing up. And I have also been ice skating plenty of times growing up. This has been my first real bit of snow in a good bit, though, where I worked at before I came up here to Columbus late April, early May of this year. We did not get snow. Well, I take that back. We got like a weird fluke 5 inches of snow in Beaumont, Texas, and let me tell you, they did not plow. End of sentence. So I know, like, we've been talking about the roadways being, kind of here in Central Ohio. There have been situations where folks have had to drive in a lot worse conditions, and for that, they just are like, forget it, I'm staying home. And you know what? I agree with them. And you should do the same. So if you don't have to be out, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not. It's really not. I'm going to flip you back. I nudged you here with my knee on top of the hood cam. So you're about to get on 670 West, it looks like, here, to go towards campus. Which is, I think, I'm not sure, like how much, students will need to get out tomorrow, and things. But if you are, in the University District, Short North area, I know one of our colleagues lives over that way, so he might need to know how he's going to get to work tomorrow, although if he's up at this hour, that's going to be a problem. He's going to be very tired. Ooh.
Looks like we got a car in the ditch.
Oh, there is a car in a ditch. That good catch. They are, and you know what? And it looks like they've been there for a while.
Yeah.
They got a lot of snow on that hood of that car. And on those windows. So it looks like they went home. There's another car on the other side, too, that had it as well in the left breakdown lane. There was somebody as well. And I'm seeing a lot of folks here who are not watching me, I guess, because I've been saying this for hours now, to clear off your cars before you get on the road. I'm seeing folks who are driving with snow on the top of their car and snow covering their license plates in the back and covering the hoods of their cars, which all of that is just going to blow onto the roads, which is not good. If we want to keep these roads clean and clear, brush it off of your car before you leave the house or the parking lot that you parked at, wherever you were. I know you all in Central Ohio have scrapers and stuff, or at least if you don't, you should by this point. I would hope you do. Find something to clear your car off with before you get on the road.
I want to say in Michigan, you have to wipe off through your car.
I feel like most places you do. Just because, I feel like it's just a common courtesy thing, too. You don't want, a big chunk of snow blowing back into somebody, as they're driving behind you, because that can be an issue for folks as they're driving. Like, visibility is hard enough. Like, you guys can see here, we can't see the lines for the lanes. I think a lot of folks are just kind of using rough guesstimations, best judgment here. Obviously, we're in the slow lane here on the right-hand side. So I think we can maybe kind of see the imprint of a rumble strip. But again, if we don't want to have all of that continue to cause issues in this roadway, it's just easier. Brush it off before you go.
It's just going to take a couple of minutes.
It is only going to just take a couple of minutes. And I get it. We all are very busy humans. We have a lot of things that we need to do. But, if this is my call to action for you all. Clear off your cars before you get on the road. And drive slowly. Drive slowly and carefully. So like I said, we are sliding on our 11 p.m. newscast due to sports. I just got an update from our producer that there was like a minute 20-ish left in that game, which that means they have to fly copyright and stuff. So we're looking at some time, short amount of time before we're back on the air here. I am going to get a clarification from Ethan, who is our producer this evening, to see, are we just doing the A block package, or are we also doing another copy? We're doing two different things as we make our way towards campus. So package is what we call like a full length story, and then otherwise we're going to just be doing a straight live. Here's what we're seeing on the roads, just kind of like what we've been doing here on YouTube this entire time, here as we've been making our way downtown. I'm not going to sing because we'll get copyrighted. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I'm sorry, guys. That was a really bad joke. Oh, okay. Listen, when you've been feeling like you're talking to just yourself and like Zach in the driver's seat for like hours, I feel like I'm getting a little loopy in that sense. And so I have to make jokes to kind of get myself through. We are right now heading towards campus, University District. So right now we're on 670. There's a plow. See what you guys are all saying on YouTube. I will have to fact check one of these comments I'm seeing. Someone commented Baltimore officially has 14 inches of snow. Now, I know we have a Baltimore, Ohio, but we also have my hometown, which is Baltimore, Maryland. And I don't believe my mother told me that they were getting any snow today. And I'll have to check with Jennifer Herbert on that snow accumulation over that way. I do know a lot of areas have a good bit of snow. Let me see if I can find what some of those totals are right now. Let's see. Don't know if I'm gonna go to Jennifer's page. Ooh. Okay, see what I'm talking about when I said that you guys gotta, do your due diligence and clear off your cars. Okay, not to shade this box truck that's in front of us here. Because I understand, it is a box truck. It's very tall. But, it is blowing snow into our windshield. And it is making it very difficult to see. And so, you know what? Most people's cars, you can clear off. You are tall, short enough to clear it off yourself. So, come on now. Come on. It's really not that hard. Alright, we are, like I said, heading towards campus. I love the little Wonder Bread sign that's over this way. Ooh. I have not been over this way since I left my house earlier. I did not feel like getting on the highway when I was driving to work this afternoon. I decided to kind of take a little bit more of a scenic route and also drive through some of these areas just because I thought it might be a little better. And again, we're seeing some good accumulation. I also don't love this little roadwork sign that's fallen over. That's not great. But yeah, this is Italian Village, is it not? This looks like Italian Village. Yes, it is. We are coming up on Bud Dairy Food Hall. Yep. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Right now we are in Italian Village, it looks like. And like I said, we're trying to head towards campus in the University District. Oh my gosh, there's so many cars that have gotten snow on them in Bud Dairy. Probably all the people who are working in there. Same with the folks at Seventh Sun Brewing Company over here and Habibi Grill. A lot of snow on their cars. A lot of snow. Lot. They're also, I don't know if I can turn this on time before the light changes, but this is what I was talking about earlier that I like to see. You see the little tree? See that little tree with all the snow and the lights on it? Guys, that's very cute. That's the part of the snow that we want to see. You know what I don't want to see it on? This road. Especially as we turn, if you're turning here onto Fifth Ave, that is not, and I'm looking at it over my shoulder at the window here, and it is packed down. So, it needs to be scraped up with a plow. Pretty soon. Pretty soon. If we went 2 blocks to our left, I know that is High Street. That's technically short north, but yeah, we are in Italian Village right now, heading towards the University District. Amanda has decided to chime in on YouTube. It is good to see a lot less people out and about. There were a lot of folks out earlier. Yeah, like you. You were texting me and telling me that you were out and about. And that you were slipping and sliding around, which is when I got one of the insider tips that we should go to the east side. Which, thank you, but go home. There are a lot of people who are, I'm seeing students out and about, in their pajamas, in the snow. Guys, the last time I checked, the temperature was 17 degrees. It's too cold for just your pajamas. Where's your coat? Where's your coat? Right now we are in our 11 o'clock show, and so I have to get ready to come back on camera here in a second. So just want to give you guys a quick little look down this road before we head towards OSU. So, hi friends. Thank you guys for staying with us as we've been driving around. I'm actually seeing a lot of students near OSU's campus, not in parkas, braving the elements here. And I'm also seeing a lot of folks who are still traveling on these roadways that, like I said, are only going to get slicker as we continue to see some of the snow get packed down. But a lot of folks, like I said, are just really looking to get home for the night and hunker down. So while he and a lot of other folks have decided to just, take a break from the day, I am seeing a lot of folks who are still out and about. And again, I'm going to just quickly show you guys what we're seeing on these roads. We, again, are near Ohio State University's campus, and we're really seeing kind of some of the snow get packed down onto these roadways. So we're definitely going to need these extra crews to come and plow it and get some of this off of the road, especially as, conditions continue to get colder throughout the night. I know Jennifer Herbert mentioned some of those freezing temperatures. That's only going to make these roads even slicker. So if you don't have to be out on the roads, I would truly advise you to stay home and avoid being out as much as you can. Live on your side in MobileTrak at Ohio State University, I'm Kirsten Lindquist, ABC 6 News. Woo. Did I not say the Ohio State University? I thought I did.
I think you just said Ohio State University. I don't think you said the.
Yeah,
Let's see how the shoe looks.
Ooh, the shoe. They might, well, you know what? It would not shock me if the Buckeyes were practicing in the snow. I mean, that's how you get tougher as a team. Really. You got to be able to play in everything.
I feel bad for my alma mater, Fair State. Their opponent is from Newberry, South Carolina. The average temperature...
It's cold.
Their average temperature for game day was 70 degrees.
That sounds a lot... Again, like Beaumont, which is where I lived in Texas before I came up here to Columbus. We, I think, in February of this year, got 5 inches of snow. And they were like, it's 32 degrees, it's cold. And I'm like, looking at, the temperatures that Jennifer and Sarah and everybody else have been telling us, and what I'm seeing on our ABC 6 weather app, and I'm like, yeah, I wish I were complaining that 32 degrees was cold, because it feels like 7 outside. Tomorrow's going to be a high of 18. Yeah, the shoe. Look at the shoe. The shoe has a lot of snow in the parking lot over here. There's the shoe. She's beautiful. There is a lot of snow over here.
But yeah, so Newberry's average, because they said it on ESPN, their average game day temperature was 70 degrees. It was like 12 degrees today in Big Rapids, Michigan, where the game was at.
Ooh. Yeah. If you guys didn't know, Zach is from that state up north.
And no, I don't root for that team up north.
No.
I despise that team up north.
I'm getting a text from my mom, and she, I guess, must have turned off the stream for a hot minute. So I'm going to have to text her back, and I'm also going to verbally say this. No, I'm not done work yet, Mom. Not yet. Love you. But no, I'm not done. We have another hit, and then we'll probably stream until we get back to the station, and then I will text our web team to let them know we'll be wrapping up for the evening. But who will be out here again tomorrow? We will have another crew. We will have another crew out here on your side. I believe it will be Jose, who is one of our photographers, and I'm trying to remember if it will be Rocky or if it is Tom Bosco.
I think Steve Levine's coming in too.
Is it Steve?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's find out, friends, and then we can give them a little update. So yeah, we'll be, still streaming until we get back to the station here. But just to kind of give you an update for tomorrow, Sunday morning. Okay, it is Steve. Steve will be out here bright and early tomorrow morning with Jose in MobileTrak. And then, of course, you have Rocky and Nikki on your side for other weather coverage. But yeah, we have Steve and Jose are focusing on their road conditions in the Columbus metro area and in MobileTrak. And then Rocky and Nikki are going to kind of focus more on the brutal cold temperatures that we're going to see. Because like I said, it's only going to be a high of 18 degrees tomorrow. It's going to be very, very cold. Very, very chilly. So definitely bundle up, wear some layers. Again, hands, head, feet. Definitely recommend as we continue driving through. Trying to think of where else we can go here. Again, we're at the Ohio State University campus, near the Tuttle Park Place Garage, and it is got a lot of snow on the ground. We have somebody watching in from Nevada. Hi, from Nevada. But yeah, even the sidewalks here, I don't know if you can see, guys. The sidewalks have a good bit of snow. So for my friends who have very long driveways, you might want to get up early. Although if you're still watching us at this hour, maybe have a cup, maybe brew a cup of coffee, and then get up early to get a head start on that shoveling. Again, if you got a long driveway, I do not envy you, because you got a lot of work. It's going to have to be done. Okay, wait. I'm going to give you guys a real scenic view of the shoe. Look at the shoe. Wait. Look at her. Look how beautiful she is. Oh, look at the Block O stained glass. Gorgeous. Stunning.
Over there's the Schottenstein on the opposite side of the river.
Oh, yeah. And again, we're about to come over a bridge over the Scioto, which good to note here that when we're going over our bridges and things, bridges have a higher tendency to freeze than our regular highways and interstates and neighborhood drives. So just be extra cautious as we go over these bridges overnight and into tomorrow as well. Because again, they are going to be icier, especially these ones near bodies of water. Because obviously, like, I feel like most people know, or maybe if you don't, that if you're closer to a body of water, you're going to feel that cold a lot more. So a lot of folks who are up in Cleveland, feel that lake effect. Is that wind and stuff coming off the water. Wet cold tends to feel a lot colder than dry cold. So if you're by the river and things, it's going to feel a lot more chilly out there.
And the river still hasn't frozen either, so no ice fishing.
Oh, no ice fishing. Not yet. Not yet. But that doesn't mean that water ain't cold. I would not want to go swimming in it. No polar plunges for me. No. Not today. Not tomorrow. Reconsider. I've done one. It was fun. But I did not do one when the high was going to be 18 degrees. So tomorrow is not the day to test that out, is what I'm getting at. Tomorrow, I need Sarah to give us another, she had today as a 1 to 2 book day for Central Ohio. I want to know what tomorrow's going to be. Because I know we don't have the snow and stuff, but it's going to be cold.
I'd also like to know 1 to 2 books, what kind of books?
Well, okay, Sarah has a book club, which she does on, I think, her Facebook page, which I definitely will give a nice little shout out here for. She reads books that are anywhere from, 400 to 500 pages, I think. So, I mean, they're pretty lengthy. I mean, like, it's a good sized book. So, yeah, I'm sure she and Celine had a great time. I did see she put up a post that was like, Celine is not enjoying the snow. Celine is her cat. Celine did not care about the snow at all. You know what I haven't seen a lot of on Facebook? I have not seen a lot of people post their dogs. Where are the dogs? Where are the dogs in the snow? I want to see the puppies.
I know my old Great Dane used to love the snow. Despite being an extremely short-haired dog, he loved snow.
See, I had a roommate in college, and she had a pug. And Paisley didn't like when it rained. You think Paisley liked it when it snowed? No. And and Reagan had raincoats and winter coats and sweaters for Paisley. That dog did not want to be outside. That dog wanted to be sitting on the couch, on your lap, staying nice and toasty warm. And you know what? That's what I would advise for people to do tomorrow. Stay nice and toasty warm with your fur baby. Or your kiddos. Or under a blanket.
Like a nice bowl of chili or soup.
Ooh, yeah, this is chili weather or soup weather. You know, we in the WSYX newsroom did a chili cook-off earlier this winter, and I will proudly say I got third. Now, was it out of 6 people? Yes, but I did get third. With a 5-bean vegetarian chili. That I'm very proud of. It has black beans, pinto beans, cannoli beans, great northern beans, and red kidney beans. Sometimes I do less beans in a turkey. Just kind of depends. But yeah, this is chili weather. This is stay off the roads and enjoy some hot chili. Oh, I looked over at the tennis complex and they still have the M X'd out for that team up north. Just trying to see if y'all have any more comments for us this evening as we wrap up our coverage here. Terry writes, my wife Sandy and I grew up in Columbus on the west side. We know very well how cold it gets there. Yeah, you know, I spent a good my winters in growing up. I have family up in New England, and so I have experienced plenty of nor'easter. So I do know how cold it can get across the country. Doesn't mean I like being in it. Doesn't mean I like driving in it. And doesn't mean I like shoveling it. You know what I like when I like the snow? I like the snow when I can be a goofball and like have a snowball fight, make a snowman, go sledding, go skiing.
Snowboarding or snowboarding.
No, I don't snowboard. I'm uncoordinated. I'm like just coordinated enough for skis, and that's not saying much. Or like a outdoor ice rink, like a ice skating. I can do. Yeah, I'm game for that. But the second I have to shovel, like have it to drive in this, nope. It's a necessary evil sometimes, as an adult, to have to shovel and to have to drive in the snow. But if I don't have to, if I don't got anywhere I gotta be, I'm staying home. I'm staying warm. And I just got an alert that we are about a minute before we are back in the show here. So, we're going to go over another little bridge near campus here, over the Olentangy River. Amanda writes, earlier I saw a golden prancing around. It was the cutest thing. Oh, I would love to see a dog right now. Would love to see a dog having fun.
What was the last dog we saw? Was it that Akita?
Yeah, the Akita. Was that over in Linden? Or was that in Lancaster? It's been a hot minute since I've seen a dog.
I think it was just outside of Linden when we were heading towards Morse Road.
All right. Gotta get in the zone here. So I'm about to be back on TV. Yeah, I'm really just seeing in a lot of areas where it hasn't been plowed in a hot minute that the snow is like more packed down onto the pavement, which again means we definitely need those crews to come in and scrape that off as soon as possible, especially, as the temperature continues to drop and, more areas are going to be more prone to freezing. We are around Ohio State University's campus. We are in the University District. I'm going to take you guys to the hood of our car to kind of give you a brief idea of what we're seeing. There are some folks who are out here braving the cold temperatures, and again, just trying to get to where they need to be. But I'm also seeing a lot of cars who are still out on the roadways here. Again, we'll see that shift change coming up here in just a couple of minutes for those snow crews. So hopefully they can get these roadways a little bit clearer before the early morning and before folks have to go out to run their errands or go to other events. So for now, live on your side in MobileTrak in the University District, I'm Kirsten Lindquist, ABC 6 News. Ooh, all right. So we are clear for our shows, but I am not clear from you all at home. Hi. There's some students. They wanted a quick wave.
There's somebody that was wearing shorts.
Shorts?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Over by...
I don't... No.
Right by the...
I'm going to look right into this camera here. No. No to the shorts. No to the shorts. Do you see this? Do you see this fur on my head? You think I'm wearing shorts in this? You're crazy. You're crazy. Absolutely not. It's too cold for that. Too cold.
See, I would only do that if I knew I was going to be outside for like a hot minute, like going from my car to the gym.
I'm waving to the students as we drive on High Street now, from the University District to campus, past campus, to the short north. That's what I meant to say. And again, we're just seeing more of it packed onto the road here. So our snow crews should have just gotten their shift change, so hopefully they'll be out here very, very shortly to get this all cleared up and out of the way as we make our way back to the station here. Hopefully, again, they can get some of this off the roads sooner rather than later so that it is passable for folks who, maybe have to go to the Walgreens over here or to the Kroger that I know is here on High Street. Off of High Street into the short north. But again, I'm also seeing a lot of folks, a lot of young people who are out at the bars and things late this evening in the snow. Which I'm not suggesting that people do. I was going to say these folks should Uber home. Only if your Uber can drive very, very carefully in these conditions. But otherwise, not a fan. I would not be out. I would be in my house under a blanket. Especially, like, I'm just seeing it pool on the ground over here. Nope. See, and I'm seeing it on the right-hand side, like where it has, I guess, the plows have come through and pushed it over towards the bus stops and stuff, and it's just like, those COTA buses are not having fun trying to pick up people at, like, those kinds of stops. Because that is a lot of accumulation over there on those sides. Yeah, we are passing. We are, I think, officially in the short north. Just past King, which I think is technically like the cutoff line that makes start of the short north, end of the University District. So, like, for folks that are coming to the Columbus Library over here, got a lot of snow still over that way. For folks who are, people who are walking and are not in a winter coat, folks, friends, it is never that serious. It is never that serious. And again, like the Kroger over this way, this is the Kroger I was talking about when I said, like, I knew there was a Kroger off of High Street here. Yeah, there's a lot of slush in that parking lot. And again, there's a lot of snow packed onto this road to get to the Kroger. So if you do shop in this area for your groceries, proceed with caution. Here once again. Oh, the short North Pole. Very cute. Little festive
like Saturn.
Sign.
Look like a lot of people are having fun at inside Saturn's. Which is
I'm sure there are a lot of folks who are having fun inside, wherever they may be. Whether that's, watching some football, whether that's watching a movie, playing a board game, maybe playing a video game, spending time with friends, family. Pretty sure also a lot of folks are probably asleep and, cuddling up, under a blanket. Or two. Or five, maybe in Zach's case. Maybe cuddling up with a external heater might be the plan for some folks. Again, we're going down High Street right now. It might be easier for you guys to see on the dash camera here. Just kind of what we're seeing. In the short north area. We're driving past Standard Hall, which I know has a huge outdoor patio in that annex, and it looked pretty empty just now when we drove by there. It's cold. It is cold. Y'all need coats. But so we're in the short north area. Obviously, I know there are a lot of young people who are out and about. It is a Saturday night. Totally understandable. But I am seeing a lot of folks where they have the outdoor patios and bars. And yes, I understand it's winter, so sometimes, folks don't go out there anyways. But I am seeing that a lot of them don't have those open at all. So that is just something to make a note of as we are, again, heading back towards the station.
I'm surprised they didn't have those,
heaters?
those like igloos.
Oh, some of the rooftop bars and restaurants have those igloos. I think some places in Dublin and Upper Arlington do as well.
I want to say Land Grant over by Cosi.
Oh, they might. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. There's a restaurant up in Upper Arlington that I like. That they, I think, have the igloos up right now. Like,
I know Homefield has that like fire pit that's always lit up at night.
Mm-hmm. But like, we're passing Union here on the left-hand side, and that patio is empty. Those people are crammed inside there. I know, again, as we continue through the short north here, that there are a lot of folks who are out and about. Maybe some of them are at Forno over here. Forno, in their downstairs, has like a little speakeasy kind of bar thing, and I think it is all decked out for Christmas. But I do see they have like a outdoor dining set up there, and they got like little coverings for folks, and it looked like there were heaters there. Now, are they on? Probably not, because their kitchen is more than likely closed at this hour. But that is, I think, an option for folks who are there. But otherwise, I'm seeing a lot of the folks who are out and about right now in the short north are crammed nice and tight inside these places for nightlife. We continue to truck on through here. And now we're heading towards, I believe this is the Arena District. Yep. Yeah. Right next to Nationwide.
This is Convention Center.
Yep.
And then Nationwide's a little bit.
Well, I meant the big Nationwide building right there.
Yeah.
That's what I was more or less talking about. I'm like, oh yeah, we're right there. So I know a lot of folks were over this way earlier because CBJ. So,
Arnold statue's got all snowed up.
Oh, yeah, it does. And so does the road. And it's busy over here by the convention center, and folks trying to get to their hotels and trying to get in for the night. Which, again, don't blame them. It's chilly. So, with that being said, this roadway has a lot of stuff on it, and even if you were turning into the convention center over that way, there is a lot of snow pushed inwards to that little U-shape thing. We are continuing to head back towards our station in Grandview and wrap up our night streaming with you all. Just want to give a quick thank you to, again, our folks who have been watching us for hours now. And even if you just tuned in, thank you so much for taking part in this evening with us and keeping us occupied and having a good time. As we brave the elements and brave these roadways for you. Again, we want to just make sure that everyone, tonight, tomorrow is safe, getting to where they need to be. So, it is just going to be very important for you all to have the latest information. And again, you can get all of this on our free ABC6 News app. You can also get it on our First Warning Weather app. These are all free to download in the App Store anytime, anywhere. You can get it. We send out push alerts, notifications. We update even when we're not on TV. Even when we're not streaming on YouTube, we are constantly updating you all with content. I mean, you guys know tonight, because there was college football and college hoops and other sporting events going on tonight, that, we didn't have a 6 p.m. newscast like we, sometimes do on Saturdays. But you saw that we were on stream here for hours and hours and hours, even when we didn't have shows. We were trying to constantly give you guys updates as we've been traveling through Columbus and beyond today. So again, we have a crew that will be out on the roads again tomorrow. We have Steve Levine. He'll be in MobileTrak with Jose. And then, of course, you can tune in to Rocky and Nikki. They will be talking about this cold temperatures and just how people are dealing with that bitter cold. Because like I said, we're only going to hit a high tomorrow of, I think, 18. And the feels like temperature is going to be a lot lower than that. So bundle up. Bundle up. If you got a scarf, use it to like wrap around your ears and your face and everything as you like head out the door. If you don't have to be outside, don't. If you want to be outside and have fun, and you want to send us pictures and videos of your kiddos, your snowmen, your dogs, do that. Chime in. Comment them on our Facebook pages and our other social media pages. We would love to see them. And now as we head back on Dublin Road to Grandview, we are starting to see it is a little clearer.
Roads just wet.
It's wet, but
with a little bit of slush.
Wet with some slush over on Dublin Road. Does not mean it's not going to freeze here. So again, we're wrapping up our evening by giving you a little route back to our, I keep calling it our newsroom. It's technically a contents center because obviously the news goes now well beyond what you guys see on TV. We've obviously, like I said, been streaming. We've been giving you updates on social media throughout the day. Really just, again, trying to make sure that you are aware however you get your news. So we are, like I said, heading back to the station now on Dublin Road, our content center. And, yeah, these roads, this section is probably some of the best I've seen in a hot minute. It's certainly better than campus, certainly better than the Arena District, certainly better than Linden, Morse Road. So, again, as we have those crews and their shift change, who had just picked up maybe 15 minutes ago, they can resume things. Is that the wind that I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I keep hearing the wind howl. And I mean howl. And that is a lot. That is a good bit. Here. That gives you maybe an idea of how chilly it is. So we'll probably be at the station in like less than 2 minutes here. And again, I don't know if you can hear the wet stuff that we're currently driving over. But again, that's going to be our biggest hiccups for our folks traveling early in the morning. It's going to be those wet spots. That's going to probably be the worst part of this. I am curious how much snow I have on the top of my car that I'm going to have to brush off before I leave. I'm very curious.
You have remote start on your car? Do you have remote start?
I do, but I also just have a brush and a scraper, which is fine. I don't need to start my car right now. I'll be fine. I can suck it up for 2 seconds to brush it off. But yeah, we are coming up here on this station, our content center, here on Dublin Road. There she is. She's very beautiful. Look at her. We're turning in. Oh, this was not the best camera to do this. There we go. Show her there. There she is. Woo! Look how pretty she is. So, I think that's where we're going to end this for the evening. Again, thank you guys so much for accompanying us on our YouTube platform here. As we've been taking you through the roads here in Columbus. Again, we really appreciate it. Again, you can always get all of the latest weather information on our free ABC6 News app, our free First Warning Weather app. All of these are free to download in the App Store. And again, you can get all of those information even when we are not on TV in the station here. So thank you guys so much for coming along with us today. And again, we will have crews out here again tomorrow. Starting bright and early, just in probably a couple hours, honestly. So we will have crews back on the roads tomorrow. Again, giving you more up-to-date information as you are heading out the door to run your Sunday errands and activities. But that's where I'm going to leave you guys. Thank you again so much for taking the trip around town with us. And we will see you next time. Bye! You gotta flip it around.